through Latin dance are things like schizophrenia, you say, and autism spectrum disorder. I don't know what PD is, or I don't know what that is. But is this also,
okay.
go ahead, Tom. Yeah, I wanted to know, does this also extend to neurological things like MS or neuropathy in the feet?
So I think you're asking if the TDICE program is based on the previous reported the medical research. Is that what you are you asking?
I was asking, what conditions have you found to be susceptible to improving one's balance by doing Latin music?
Okay. Yeah, I see. So, based on my research in the TDICE and my previous research, we already found that when we do for example, like dance, when we do the dance, we are not start the dance immediately. We will ask the participant to sitting on the chair and do some core strength training, this dance movement, like upper body swing. Yeah. In this way, previous report published paper already reported that if we increase the core strength, we can increase the sustained attention, increase the processing speed. This all related to the executive function, one kind of the cognitive function for the human brain. So I also use the balance training. You mentioned that in the dance, like when we dance, we will move back and forth, side to side, turning around. This kind of movement, dance movement, is balance training. And this balance training can physically improve the lower body strength, improve the stability for the patient. But for the cognitive part, we can use this dance balance training, improve the processing speed, improve the spatial memory, and the other kind of working memory. And we also can improve the cognitive flexibility. So there are a lot of previous report and by the clinical research, this kind of physical movement could improve cognitive function. But in our TDICE program, we design the program to step-by-step improve the sustained attention, improve working memory, improve the processing speed. They all are really important to improve the a cognitive result from the Alzheimer's disease and other kind of the dementia caused by the schizophrenia, caused by the depression or autism. So anyway, when you do the TDICE or other kind of physical, well-designed physical training, we can improve the cognitive function for the patient.
I see. That's Dr. Luke. He's known as Kun Liu, L-I-U, who is at Yale as in the Department of Psychiatry and the founder and president of the Brain Peace Science Foundation. So Freddie Ramirez, you're a Latin dance instructor. You were mentioning Hamden earlier. I heard Hamden. Where can people, if they're to take your class? Do you need to have a specific diagnosis, or can anybody do it who is aging and wants to have some fun and improve their general everything?
Yeah, but thank you for the question, because right now we're still in the process of collecting data. That is, the city of Hartford approved one more year, because this past December we present the first result of the research we was doing over here in Hartford, Connecticut. We work in the South End Wellness Center. That is a elderly organization. They have people coming over here to getting services from the center. And we provide these services over here. But just to be clear, we are part of the research. Right now, we're doing the second part of the research. That is second year we start to working in this place. And we're still in the process to collecting data. Dr. Luke and myself, we have the idea to include other tests we want to do for emotional part for the elderly. And Right now, we have 20 participants part of the research. We cannot accept more people because that is part of the research. We have a limited space for 20 people, but we expanded the research for many places. Right now, the city of Hartford is very interested to open the services in another elderly center. And very important, too, when we're talking about all these things, remember, this one is, you asking about who can participate. This one is prevention too. Normally, when we get to the age of 50 or 55, we say, okay, we don't need to do exercise. We don't need to continue dancing. We cannot continue maybe going to the gym. And that is very important because that is part of what we're investigating. How important is to continue doing exercise? How important is to continue using your brain in a different way? And music is really help to make the people more healthy, emotional too, and that is the reason we don't like to say we teaching dance class, because the people over here, they don't come in to dance, they come in to do a specific movement, and even it's exciting because the music makes you feel like you're dancing. Right. If you come into the class, it's not a dance class. It's a really therapeutic dance because we're using the music to do this type of exercise.
Thank you so much, Freddie Ramirez and Dr. Luke. Thank you for joining us today, for opening our eyes to this therapeutic dance. We hope that we're going to be bringing it to Fairfield County sooner rather than later. I love it. I think it's common sense, frankly. It's nice to know that the enjoyment that we're going to get from using our body and moving it to Latin music is also going to be really good for our brains. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate you joining our show. We'll be right back.
It's our pleasure, too.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Cloudy skies through this afternoon with a high near 50. The showers arrive later this evening and overnight with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's March 20th. On this day in 1930, Colonel Harlan Sanders founded the Kentucky Fried Chicken fast food chain.
It's the only way that you're going to get chicken that is finger-licking good.
The number one TV show on this day in 1997 was The Simpsons. Following a public apology tour, on this day in 2015, Joe Ganim officially announced his candidacy to become mayor again of the city of Bridgeport.
Let's look at the good stuff. Let's acknowledge the mistakes. Give me, if you will,
March
and the city,
20th.
in many ways, a second chance, and then build on that to make right on the things that weren't done right the first time.
March 20th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. Live and local news all day. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A deadline is come and gone for the Justice Department to provide a judge more information on last weekend's deportations of suspected Venezuelan gang members. CBS's Jake Rosen is following.
The judge just simply wants to know in this whole standoff more details and operational details on the flight. The Department of Justice is saying the judge really has no right to ask for any of that, in addition to that basically being moot because there will be an appeals hearing on Monday here in Washington, D.C.
The administration has harshly criticized this judge. CBS's Scott McFarland.
That's why this is so critical. This is an inflection point for the next few years. This battle against a single judge could be a proxy for battles against other judges. There have been 140 plus federal lawsuits filed already in the first 2 months against Trump executive orders. And if they can destabilize or diminish the impact of judges, those lawsuits could become less impactful.
President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today that will begin the dismantling of the Education Department. CBS's Willie James Inman is at the White House.
A White House official pointed out student loans, assistance to school districts for low-income families and individuals with disabilities. Those assistance programs will still continue to be handled by the Department of Education. The president isn't eliminating that today.
Israel is pounding Gaza with more airstrikes. Ramy Inocencio is in Tel Aviv.
Israel's military threatened to unleash hell on Gaza this week, and it is now delivering.
Health officials in Gaza say 600 Palestinians have been killed since Tuesday. The resumption of strikes has many Israelis anxious and angry. Protests broke out today in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Many fear the renewed fighting will put the remaining hostages at risk. Air raid sirens, meanwhile, sounded across Israel today after a missile launch from Yemen. The Houthi rebels support Hamas. The U.S. has been launching airstrikes against that group. The administration is deploying 2 Navy ships to the Gulf of Mexico, or America as it's been renamed, to assist in the crackdown on illegal immigration. CBS's Charlie D'Agata is at the White House.
It includes the USS Gravely that is already steaming toward the region, not in position yet, and then another unnamed U.S. destroyer that will be headed from the West Coast. You know, the Coast Guard is normally responsible for policing around that area. This is about optics. Destroyers aren't always just about firing cruise missiles. They're also capable surveillance craft, and it's also a deterrent, obviously.
On Wall Street, the Dow is off 28 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Unbelievable.
All right. Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text taxes to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text taxes to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
No injuries are reported after a car crashed into a medical building in Milford. The incident was reported yesterday afternoon on Broad Street in downtown Milford. All people inside the vehicle had escaped without injuries before police arrived on the scene. A building inspector was called in to make sure there were no structural issues because of the crash. A driver has serious injuries after a crash on Interstate 95 in Milford that snarled afternoon traffic for hours. The crash between an SUV and a tractor trailer happened yesterday on I-95 South near exit 39A and B. The SUV ended up down a steep embankment with the driver pinned against a tree. The patient was unconscious but alive through the extensive rescue effort, then was rushed to the hospital. The crash brought I-95 traffic to a standstill for several hours yesterday afternoon. UConn is planning to convert a Stamford apartment building into student housing. UConn will be converting the BLVD apartment building on Washington Boulevard into housing for its Stamford campus, which is located directly next door. Current residents are allowed to stay in the building until next year, but they can exit leases early without penalty if they choose. The building is expected to house around 350 students once converted into dorms. A New York man is accused of federal charges alleging that he traveled to Connecticut to sexually abuse a minor. Prosecutors say 26-year-old James Pagliaro recorded videos of the 15-year-old female engaging in sexual conduct. Pagliaro was arrested yesterday and was ordered held without bail during an appearance in Bridgeport federal court. He's facing charges that could send him to prison for the rest of his life if he's convicted. And for the first time since May of 2021, average gas prices in Connecticut are under $3 a gallon. At the current average price of $2.99 a gallon, gas prices this year have defied the typical norm of going up as the summer months get closer. Jillian Young from AAA spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 and said that several factors have led to the low prices.
We've had a classic case of ample supply and low demand. We saw some really bitter conditions in the early months of this year with winter weather and snow keeping folks home. So that led to lower demand, kept supplies nice and high. And additionally, we've seen oil and gas commodities trade a little lower amid some uncertainty about tariffs and trade. So all of that combined has led to good news for drivers' wallets.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound construction in exit 44 through 46. Southbound side, you have at exit 42 down to Route 7. Route 7 southbound, you have more construction from exit 3 down to the 95 splits. On the Upper Merritt southbound, more construction over the Sikorsky Bridge into exit 53. Stay left to get through. 825 connector southbound construction, exit 1 down to the 95 merge. And on Route 8 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. 91 northbound, more road work, exits 8 and 9. Stay left to get around them. And 84 westbound construction, exits 7 through 2. Left lane is out. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Play your favorite draw games at ctlottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So how many of you out there use what are called these dinner or dining delivery services? Now, you probably heard of them, even if you don't use them. And if you use them, you know what I'm talking about. Primarily DoorDash and Grubhub. And if you don't use them, you get online or you get on the app and you say, okay, well, which restaurants work with these delivery services? And I'll order. So you're buying the food. You're already paying fees for the driver, for him or her to come and actually deliver that. You're supposed to put a tip on. So it ends up being a little expensive from what I'm told. I've never used it. My son uses it all the time. I know people that do it. And it's basically, they're delivery services. And they're really popular because this is a side hustle for people, right? Well, the lawmakers in Hartford, and I really hate to keep doing this, but I have to. Because a lot of this stuff is going on, and I have to let you know about it because it just feeds into the insanity here. And again, I'm just going to be the bearer of the message here. Don't go nuts like you did yesterday with the bear hunting stuff. And boy, have I gotten some responses on that. We'll get to that later. A new bill would charge for food deliveries. Now, and that means charge on top of what you're already paying. I mean, my God, does the ruling class up in Hartford, do they get up in the morning and say, how can we screw people today, and should we use any lube? I'm sorry, I hate to be that graphic, but you know what I'm talking about. Or for you guys out there, should we give the state another prostate exam, if you know what I mean? And yes, mine's coming up in June. Oh, joy. A new bill. Are you ready for this? Like, we don't get taxed enough. Like, we don't get screwed enough. Don't get mad at me. I'm just reading from Catherine Revelo's story. She's been on the show numerous times from the Inside Investigator. You ready for this? Honest to God, they got to go after this, too. A proposed bill would levy a 28-cent tax against delivery services like DoorDash and Grubhub, with the potential for the fee to increase annually. Annually means, for those of you who don't know, every year. I know, right? You say to yourself, can they not tax something. No, they can't. The majority in Hartford, along with maybe some others, I don't know whether this has bipartisan support or not. I don't think so. They are genetically incapable of not slapping you and I with a tax. It is mind-numbing. You're already paying more, as you should, if you're using Grubhub or DoorDash, or I think there's 2 or 3 other services that may be smaller in nature. The bill would impose a tax on, quote-unquote, retail deliveries, defined as a retail sale of tangible personal property by a retailer for delivery by a motor vehicle to the purchaser at a location in this state, which sale includes at least one item of tangible personal property that is subject to sales and use taxes. The bill would direct retailers to add the tax to charge customers and identify it as a retail delivery fee to be listed separately from other charges. If the bill becomes law, they would start the screw job on October 1st. The tax would be annually adjusted by the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services in accordance with the Consumer Price Index. So it wouldn't just automatically stay at one spot for a few years. The screwage or the screwing would continue. Do you get a movie and dinner first? Retailers would be required to file quarterly returns with the DRS to pay for the tax. Now, you may ask, well, what's the justification of this, Paul? You may say, hey, where is this money supposed to go? I'll tell you that momentarily. But we start off, honestly, with another tax. Tax, 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 tax. It's all they do here in Connecticut. The majority in Hartford, they nickel and dime you over and over and over and over and over again. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, if you're wanting to use Grubhub or DoorDash, guess what? Those who govern us say, no, you've got to pay even more.
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here down at the Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport until 5 o'clock today. You could be here for free to take part in the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's Engage and Grow Expo. This is the first time they're doing this, and let me tell you, they have booths set up where if you come here for like the hockey games, for example, where the ice rink usually is, there are businesses and different industry leaders, innovators, all lined up in there. And I think we talked to probably 24 of them, and we're still not even halfway through talking to everybody. It's such an amazing opportunity to get to know, really, I call it the backbone of Fairfield County. These are our local businesses, our industry leaders, innovators, and they're all here to connect, to educate, to discover new opportunities, exchange ideas. This is really a chance for free, might I add, to come down and to get to know the other business leaders in our community. So it's an amazing opportunity. It's going to be happening until 5 o'clock this evening. It is free. You just walk right into the Total Mortgage Arena here in Bridgeport and be part of the Engage and Grow Expo. There's really nothing to lose here. Also bring your business cards, FYI, because there's a bunch of giveaways as well. I'm Melissa Sheketoff. We'll be back in a little bit right here at the Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of Abits.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create Abits. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text SKINNY to 323232 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text SKINNY to 323232 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text SKINNY to 323232. That's SKINNY to 323232. SKINNY to 323232.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction, exit 44 through 46. Southbound side, you have at exit 42 down to Route 7. Route 7 southbound, you have more construction from exit 3 down to the 95 splits. On the Upper Merritt southbound, more construction over the Sikorsky Bridge into exit 53. Stay left to get through. 825 connector southbound construction, exit 1 down to the 95 merge. And on Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 91 northbound, more road work, exits 8 and 9. Stay left to get around them, and 84 westbound construction exits 7 through 2. Left lane is out. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Play your favorite draw games at ctlottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So those who govern us, there has been a bill introduced by them. I tried to find out the exact reps or Senate members who are sponsoring this. It's just listed as a committee sponsorship by the Transportation Committee because they want money for you got it, the State Transportation Fund, right? We heard that. That's the standard excuse. Oh, we need more tax money for what? The Transportation Fund. I have an idea. If you want to get more money in the Transportation Fund, start charging people who own EVs a yearly or a monthly fee. Because guess what? They ain't paying the gas tax. And that's what should be fully implemented in the State Transportation Fund. But instead, they want to screw people, a good screwing of people, maybe without the movie and dinner, who use DoorDash and Grubhub. Really? Come on. We have to do this. The bill would impose a tax on retail deliveries defined as a, quote, retail sale of tangible personal property by a retailer for delivery by a motor vehicle to the purchaser at a location in this state, which sale includes at least one item of tangible personal property that is subject to sales and use tax. The bill then directs retailers to add the tax to a charge of customers and to identify it as a retail. Oh, my God. And it will go up every stinking year. Testimony on the bill during a March 10th public hearing was overwhelmingly, what a surprise, in opposition, and included groups like the Connecticut Business and Industry Council, the Connecticut Restaurant Association, and even the Greater New Haven Green Fund. Even some progressive groups say don't do this because you've got middle or low-income people making these deliveries, and you've got middle or low-income people ordering the deliveries. The Greater New Haven Green Fund submitted testimony opposing the tax on peer-to-peer car sharing. By the way, they want to do this for those car sharing services like Turo, citing data showing that those services can reduce congestion, parking demand, and vehicle miles traveled by 50%. I'm telling you, I am sick and tired of it. And I know some people are going to say, well, it's only 25 cents. It's only 50 cents. I don't care. The damn nickel and diming in this state has got to stop. Stop treating people like ATMs. Like I said, you want more money for the state transportation fund. Take everybody out there who's driving an EV and is not paying gasoline tax into that fund. Charge them a mileage fee. I'm serious. Why do I have to pay a tax that goes into the transportation fund, and I gladly do it when I buy gasoline? Why am I expected to do it, and nobody who drives EVs has to do it? Explain that to me. How is that? Here's a phrase progressives love: equitable. The equity. Where's that? Turo, the car sharing company, also testified against the bill. The bill imposes a 3% tax increase on Connecticut residents. The legislation burdens folks who use peer-to-peer car sharing services by increasing taxes on all of them. They don't care. Turo, I love you. They don't care. They don't care because they're more concerned with medical coverage for illegals. Jeff in Westport's here. Jeff, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, Paul, great show. Do you realize that bill they're trying to pass is also going to be, there's going to be a tax on like Amazon and UPS drivers because it's any product being delivered to your house?
You know, somebody asked me about that today, and you're the second or third person that's mentioned that. I got to check that out. They don't
want to talk about it, but it is. They want to add tax on anything delivered to your house. That means UPS, Amazon, FedEx, anything that's delivered to your house, they want to put a tax on it. Paul, you know what we need to do? We need to move down to North Carolina where taxes are like nothing, and there's a bear hunt down there.
Jeff, I got stuff on that. Thanks, Jeff. I got stuff on that. Oh man, some of the emails I got. I was like, should I forward this one to the cops? I mean, it's that bad. You got people, and we'll get to the bear hunt thing later. And you know what upsets me with that? People aren't listening to what I'm saying. Clean your ears out. Q-tips. Try them. They work. And that wax buildup for years. Tim in Hamden. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, does this include services like Instacart and everything where it's food and others being delivered to people? Does that include something like that? Does it include drugs from the drugstore?
Yeah, these are, they're being very, I don't want to say shady, but they're being very circumspect. All it says is this, Tim: the bill would impose a tax on retail deliveries. So there you go.
What it is, it's a continuing burden on people, especially the disabled,
yes,
elderly, and other people who can, budget themselves with, certain, products that they get almost every week from places, and they can't, it's hard for
they
them
don't have a car, they can't drive, they're infirm.
They don't have the mobility, all that sort of stuff. That's what it definitely was. Oh, just before I go, I really would like to congratulate.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. Yeah, absolutely. The people.
Yeah.
Now that the Orange Man has taken over the Kennedy Center.
Yes.
And it's going to be the host of the Kennedy Center.
Yeah.
And bring up, salute Meatloaf and
come on, don't mention Meatloaf.
and,
the guy's no longer with us. Tim,
Gary Busey. Well, they're talking about Elvis. Elvis and but I think it's important.
Yeah.
To really look at two things.
Yeah, real quick.
Presidential.
Yeah.
Real quick. Look at that Laura Ingraham video of the White House Oval Office.
Yeah.
It's covered well. But to ban Harvey Feinstein. I mean, I don't have anything against him. I don't really care, but that's what I thought he was going to solve the world's problems in one day.
Tim,
one day.
Thank you.
I check.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, I saw he talked to Laura Ingraham. I didn't watch it. You people would be surprised how little television I watch. I try to keep up with what's going on, but people say, "Oh, did you see this on Fox? This was on CNN or MSNBC." Well, no. I listen to the radio a lot. I'm online a lot, and about the only thing I watch on television with any regularity is hockey. That's it. Come back with more of your calls after this. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction, exit 44 through 46. Southbound side, you have at exit 42 down to Route 7. Route 7 southbound, you have more construction from exit 3 down to the 95 splits. On the Upper Merritt southbound, more construction over the Sikorsky Bridge into exit 53. Stay left to get through. 8 and 25 connector southbound construction, exit 1 down to the 95 merge. And on Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 91 northbound, more road work, exits 8 and 9. Stay left to get around them, and 84 westbound construction exits 7 through 2. Left lane is out. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything relating to the trees on your property, then look no further than my friends at K&J Tree Service. For a limited time, they are offering 0% financing options off of all of their services. There are no hidden fees, and they have flexible payment plans as well to make your dream yard a reality. So what are you waiting for? Go to kjtreeservice.com. You can book your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, or you could text them for that free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Connecticut Paid Leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut Paid Leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
The Snow Country Ski Report is brought to you by BMW of Darien. Lowe's knows what makes SpringFest savings even better are member-only doorbuster deals. Shop these limited-time savings before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Spring skiing marches on, and I had a great day skiing the slopes of Ragged Mountain, New Hampshire on Tuesday. Snow started softening just right during those afternoon hours, and Saturday looks like a carbon copy if you have weekend plans. Mohawk and Sundown make plans to return Saturday in Connecticut, so do Butternut and Berkshire East in the Berkshires. Wachusett's on 80% of their terrain. In Vermont, Stratton on 56 Trails celebrates everything snowboarding with their homesick weekend coming up. Bromley's on 80% of their terrain. Magic and Pico both with trail numbers in the 20s. Killington, more than 50 miles of trail stays open another couple months. Bolton Valley and Burke Mountain both on a couple dozen slopes. Waterville Valley on 50 trails, New Hampshire, softening Big Mountain, Groom, Cruisers, and Steeps. This report presented by Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, America's family resort. Visit smugs.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today aimed at eliminating the Education Department. The concern for many is the funds it disperses. Natalie Brand reports.
It's estimated federal funding makes up just 10 to 14% of K-12 education, but critics of the Trump policy still worry about the potential impacts to the most vulnerable children.
Israel has continued its strikes in Gaza. Hamas launched 3 rockets at Israel. That was the first such attack since the end of the ceasefire. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt.
The president has made it very clear that he wants all of those hostages to come home, and he fully supports Israel and the IDF and the actions that they've taken in recent days.
Gaza officials say 600 Palestinians have been killed since Tuesday. The head of the UN Refugee Agency has informed his staff that there will be significant job cuts. That's partly due to the U.S. freeze on foreign assistance. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
President Donald Trump was scheduled to sign an executive order today that is aimed at eliminating the Department of Education. Scott Pringle has those details.
Data shows that eliminating the DOE would impact New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, where about 7 to 8% of their total education budget comes from federal dollars. If the Trump administration gets its way with the closure, it would mean authority would return to individual states. NAACP President Derek Johnson calls it a dark day for children who depend on federal funding for education. Education Secretary Linda McMahon says it simply takes the bureaucracy out of education.
The Bridgeport Board of Education has begun their search for their next superintendent of schools, a position they hope to have filled by June. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery has been serving as acting superintendent since former Superintendent Dr. Carmela Levy-David departed the district after a tumultuous 16-month tenure. The issues with Levy-David and her subsequent departure were a major reason the State Board of Education voted earlier this year to give Commissioner of Education Charlene Russell Tucker the power to approve the board's appointment of a new schools chief. Avery is one of those interested in applying for the position. Interested candidates have until May 1st to apply. A judge is making an offer to Bridgeport City Councilwoman Anita Martinez to resolve the criminal case against her. Martinez is facing charges related to the operation of an illegal nightclub in Bridgeport where a man was shot and killed in September of 2020. Details of the offer made to Martinez by the judge have not been released, and the case has been continued until March 28th. Martinez previously sought accelerated probation to dispose of the case, but that was rejected by the judge. Bridgeport's law offices say the city does not have to release any of their preliminary findings as the result of a probe of who leaked security camera footage that kicked off the most recent election scandal and led to several arrests. The state's independent party now says they want the results released, saying that releasing them would, quote, restore public confidence in the integrity of our elections, as well as giving Connecticut voters the transparency they deserve. Bridgeport City Attorney Taisha Toms said that since the report is incomplete, the city is not interested in spending additional resources to complete it and therefore will not release the findings they have. The Bridgeport Police Union has delivered a no-confidence vote against Police Chief Roderick Porter. The police union president announced that over 150 officers voted in favor of the no-confidence vote, with 27 voting against it. However, sources say close to 160 officers didn't vote, meaning more than 50% of the force didn't feel compelled to remove Porter from his position. Regardless, the union president is still calling for Porter to resign. Amid the nationwide spread of bird flu, Senator Richard Blumenthal and the State Department of Public Health are speaking out about recent cuts to federal health agencies such as the CDC and the National Institute of Public Health. Though the risk of human infection is currently low, experts worry that our current state of readiness is not sufficient if the virus should mutate. Senator Blumenthal spoke at a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8.
Think about the human consequences of allowing avian flu to mutate and spread among human beings, the tremendous cost to society in monetary resources and human suffering.
Governor Ned Lamont joined other state lawmakers at a rally earlier this week to protest potential cuts to Medicaid by the Trump administration. The president has insisted that he does not intend to cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security, but Democrats like Representative John Larson argue that Republican budget proposals make such cuts inevitable.
Their focus
is their $2 trillion tax cut that they want to make permanent.
State Republicans maintain that Medicaid should be protected, but echoed the president's comments that there is wasteful spending happening within the program. State Representative Vin Candelora spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
We certainly need to protect the benefits that are provided in Medicaid. But we do also need to look at, for instance, we provide Medicaid to able-bodied individuals that can go to work.
Governor Lamont also reiterated that significant spending cuts down in D.C. could potentially impact Connecticut's two-year budget. A former Fairfield town official has been sentenced to spend 6 months in federal prison over the illegal disposal of contaminated soil. Joseph Michelangelo formerly served as Fairfield Public Works Director. He admitted to his role in the disposal of contaminated soil with PBCs in parks and playgrounds around town. Michelangelo received a lesser sentence for cooperating with investigators and agreeing to testify against others involved in the scandal. A second arrest has been made in an animal cruelty investigation in Winstead. Police say David Reed turned himself in yesterday after learning a warrant was issued for his arrest for animal cruelty. Earlier this week, police arrested 28-year-old Sarah Smolak for animal cruelty and seized 27 dogs from her Winstead home. Smolak is free on a promise to appear in court in May. And Steve Winwood is announcing his first North American headlining show since 2018. Here's Mark Mayfield with that story.
All of the dates are in September, starting with the 12th and 13th in Bridgeport, Connecticut. He'll be joined by the Tedeschi Trucks Band for the 2 Bridgeport shows. Winwood will play 8 more U.S. shows along the Atlantic coast, including Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Atlantic City, New Jersey. The former Traffic, Blind Faith, and Spencer Davis Group singer will wrap up his tour in Niagara Falls, Ontario, September the 28th.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction, exit 44 through 46. Southbound side, you have at exit 42 down to Route 7. Route 7 southbound, you have more construction from exit 3 down to the 95 splits. On the Upper Merritt southbound, more construction over the Sikorsky Bridge into exit 53. Stay left to get through. 825 connector southbound construction, exit 1 down to the 95 merge. And on Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 91 northbound, more road work, exits 8 and 9. Stay left to get around them, and 84 westbound construction exits 7 through 2. Left lane is out. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So Democrats in Hartford now want you to pay more for a delivery. And heck, I don't want to hear you say, well, you're just, how do we know that? How do we know? Because you're just a right-winger. No. No. The story's right here. A new bill would charge for food deliveries and others. And by the way, thank you to our friend Jeff in Westport. Yes, upon further review, the majority party in Hartford wants this extra tax, which would go up every single year, as determined by the State Revenue Services Department, the tax department. It would include Amazon deliveries, FedEx deliveries, UPS deliveries, Grubhub deliveries, DoorDash deliveries, Uber Eats, car sharing services, a 28-cent fee. And I don't care that it's only 28 cents. I don't care. Did you hear me? I don't care. It's the principle. Why do Democrats, and this is a Democrat-sponsored bill, Christine Cohen, Rick Lopes, Marcus Brown, Amy Berger, Girvallo. What, can somebody explain to me what is, honestly, and if you're a Democrat or progressive, I'd love to hear you. Do you guys and gals wake up in the morning and say, what can we tax today? What can we tax today? Seriously. Is there like an unwritten rule that Martin Looney has and Bob Duff has and, Matt Ritter has and all these other Democrats in Hartford? Hey, to be in good standing in the party, you've got to raise. We want to see tax increase proposals. I'm dead serious. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, you may be of the opinion, well, Paul, it's only 28 cents. Yeah, it's only 28 cents, and it would go up every year. What is it with the leadership in Hartford? Is it genetic? Is it a bacterial or a viral infection that they contract once they, pass through puberty as a card-carrying Democrat? Oh, it's you stop it. No, I'm not going to stop it. It's ridiculous. The amount of nickel and diming people have to put up with in this state is mind-numbing. And how does this make any sense? 28 cents? 28 cents per delivery. See, and that's how they do it. They started off, a real tiny tax where you almost won't notice it. And then in 3 or 4 years, what if that's up to a couple of bucks? Well, Paul, it's going to the State Transportation Fund. Okay, well, you know what would be more equitable and fair? We love those words in Connecticut. Fairness and equity. How about we attach more fees to drivers of EVs? And I'm sorry if you're an EV driver out there, but you folks, you guys and gals, you get away without paying any state gasoline tax, which is supposedly, at least in part, supposed to land eventually in the Special Transportation Fund. See, this is what I'm telling you, this is why this popped up. And I saw this and I said, this is why. Because more and more and more and more and more EVs around the road. And understand something. If that person at the stoplight next to you is in, I don't know, a Polestar, a Lucid, a GM EV, or a hybrid, or a Tesla, whatever, they're not paying gasoline tax. And the leadership in Hartford knows this. They see the tax revenue estimates. And I would bet you that tax revenue estimate for the state gasoline tax, which is supposed to end up in the Special Transportation Fund, they see it's going down. They see it's going down. But what they're doing is they don't want to put, and I know this, they don't want to put any straight fee on people who are driving EVs because, of course, the environmental gods love them. So let's not make EV drivers who are driving vehicles on an average of $55,000 off the floor, not my number, government figures. Let's not, God forbid we ask them to pay more. Let's make sure, as the leadership in Hartford wants to, that the little guy, the senior, the person with the side gig, make sure we screw them.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. We are live here at the Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport. No, I am not at a hockey game. I got a text message from Paul Pacelli asking me that. No, I am here for the first ever Engage and Grow Expo. Thanks to our friends at the Bridgeport Regional Business Council, and the presenting sponsor is M&T Bank. This is a really neat opportunity. It is the premier event bringing together visionaries, innovators, as well as industry leaders, and it's honestly a day of just inspiring connections and getting ideas, collaborating with one another, and just getting to know some of the backbone industries right here in Fairfield County. The entire area where there's usually the ice rink for those hockey games, Paul Pacelli, that has been totally taken over by all of these local businesses and organizations. And I've been walking around the floor. I'm learning so much, meeting so many incredible people. And I also want to tell you, in the back corner here, there's actually some educational workshops going on all the way up until 5 o'clock. You can learn from top experts, get some emerging trends, business strategies, some new practices as well. There's just a whole lot to take in here. So why don't you come on down? It is free, and join us here at the Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport. It's going on until 5 o'clock. The Engage and Grow Expo. I'm Melissa Sheketoff. Hope to see you real soon.
Touchdowns, goals, spikes. What was this week's play of the week in local high school sports? Check out the high school sports play of the week at therudinreport.com. See and subscribe. Powered by the new Genesis of Richfield, located in Norwalk.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BROOKS91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction, exit 44 through 46. Southbound side, you have at exit 42 down to Route 7. Route 7 southbound, you have more construction from exit 3 down to the 95 splits. On the Upper Merritt southbound, more construction over the Sikorsky Bridge into exit 53. Stay left to get through. 825 connector southbound construction, exit 1 down to the 95 merge. And on Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 91 northbound, more road work, exits 8 and 9. Stay left to get around them, and 84 westbound construction exits 7 through 2. Left lane is out. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so if you want to make some phone calls to the committee Democrats in Hartford on the Transportation Committee who are pushing this additional tax on deliveries, there are 4 people, co-chairs and deputy chairs of the committee. The leadership on this committee, State Senator Amy Cohen of Guilford, State Senator Rick Lopes of New Britain, State Rep Marcus Brown of Bridgeport, and State Rep Amy Berger Girvallo of Ridgefield, I believe. So Amy Berger Girvallo of Ridgefield, Marcus Brown of Bridgeport, Rick Lopes of New Britain, and Christine Cohen of Guilford, State Senate member. So there you go. So those are the 4 legislators that are chairing the Transportation Committee, from what I can gather, this time around. And that committee, majority Democrats, want you and me to start paying taxes on deliveries. And they're doing the usual hook and switch, bait and switch here. It starts off low, but as the bill explains, it can go up every year. So again, majority Democrats want your deliveries to cost more from Amazon, FedEx, UPS, Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Eats, and others. Now, the reason they're doing this is they say the money has to go to the Special Transportation Fund. Now, what they won't tell you is something that's pretty evident. As more and more people buy EVs and even hybrids, which use less gasoline. Remember, hybrids are a hybrid model of a vehicle that switches off between an internal combustion engine and some battery power. So hybrids use far less gasoline. EVs use none. But again, we still have programs in this state to give rich people money to buy rich people cars. And people who, listen, I love EVs. There's nothing wrong with them, but they get away with paying far less than you and I do when we buy a gallon of gas several times a week for some of us. So I'm seeing through this now. And if you're against this, which I guess some of you would be, now there are going to be people out there who say, well, you know what? I want to help the special transportation fund. Well, that's nice. Write a check. Because this goes on over and over and over and over again with the Democratic majority in Hartford. Well, Paul, you're being awful partisan. You're damn right I am. Because this is just nuts. Nickel and diming all over the place. Tax and tax and tax. And yet, you people vote for these people over and over and over again. Do you like banging your head on a wall? Have you flattened out the front of your head enough yet? It is mind-numbing. Every session with these people, tax and fee and tax and fee and tax and fee. It's like a freaking metronome, back and forth. Click track in your earpiece. Dave in Meriden here. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, good, Paul. Hey, some good news here today. First day of spring, Dairy Queen's handing out free cones of ice cream.
Wait a minute. And the Democrats in Hartford aren't charging an extra tax for that? Are you sure?
Oh, they'll call it a fee or something, entertainment tax or something. But if people think that this is going to stay at 28 cents,
no.
Just think back at the bottle bill where, it started out as a nickel.
Yeah.
And then now it's a dime. And then, who would thought they'd charge us for plastic bags?
Yeah.
10 cents a bag.
Yep.
So, come on. This thing is only going to mushroom.
Exactly. And Dave, thank you. And they'll say, well, we enjoy the ice cream. They'll say, well, we need the revenue. You want revenue? And I'm sorry if this is going to upset some people, maybe some businesses here. We are one of the very few states of the country that does not charge additional fees for people that drive EVs, which are generally heavier, which generally do more harm to the road and, would need repairs from the Special Transportation Fund, but at the same time are not putting money in that fund. So again, listen, I'm just warning you of this. You can pay this gleefully and gladly if you want. But there's a proposal for what's now called a retail delivery tax on items delivered to your home from operators like Amazon, FedEx, UPS, Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Eats, just to name a few. Remember, it would likely cover more once this thing goes into effect, and that might happen on October 1st. This is how quickly they want that money for budget purposes, because they probably have to give illegals more free stuff. Like I said, if you want to bolster the state transportation fund, the special transportation fund, well, okay, start applying a yearly fee or mileage taxes. You can do it. The technology is easy. Remember, I drove around as part of a test group with a special thing plugged into my OBD port in my car to see how many miles I drove. Well, let's do that for EVs, shall we? And this way, the state can make up for the gasoline tax revenue that we're not getting. But we don't want to do that because that will upset the green lobby in Hartford. Folks, this is just, this gets me so angry. This gets me so angry when you and I, and it's not a Democrat or Republican thing back and forth, this gets me so angry that people in Connecticut are just treated like ATMs. And why is it these same people who do this over and over and over and over and over and over again are reelected every 2 years? I don't understand it. Well, Trump, get that Trump crap out of here. What is it about the majority party and you people that vote for them? Do you like spending money? If you like giving your money away so much, give it to me. I'll make good use of it. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. And I'm sorry, I like EVs. I really do. Why do we let EV owners in this state get away with paying no additional fees, the same fees that you and I have to pay if we have gasoline-powered vehicles or if we drive hybrids.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way for sure. The lower Merritt is going to save you the most time. On the upper Merritt southbound, residual delays through Milford and Stratford from earlier road work. And on Route 8, you've got some residual delays as well going through Seymour, again, from earlier problems that have been cleared. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices and personal service. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjorek on WICC.
Support the Bridgeport Rescue Mission through Jersey Mike's Round Up program and Day of Giving. All month long, round up your purchase or donate directly at participating Stamford and Greenwich locations. On March 26th, the Day of Giving, 100% of sales go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Your contribution provides hot meals, housing, clothing, addiction support, and life skill classes to those in need. Together, we provide hope and make a difference. Visit brm.gives for more information.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
So again, if you're upset, if you're not chomping at the bit to pay at least 28 cents more on every delivery you get, or at least have that money funneled down to you, or dripped down to you that you know you're going to have to pay, and that businesses are going to have to pay because they'll eventually charge you. They're not going to pick up the cost. Come on, what are you, nuts? Contact the state legislature's transportation committee. Now, again, don't go nuts. Don't start yelling and screaming. Be gentlemanly or gentle ladily. Is that a word? And you can talk about the bill number here. This is the bill for a retail delivery tax. You can mention that. The co-chairs are State Senator Christine Cohen, Democrat Guilford. Another co-chair is State Rep Amy Berger Gervalo, State Rep Ridgefield. The vice chairs, State Rep Rick Lopes, State Senate Rick Lopes of New Britain, Democrat there. And State Rep Marcus Brown, Bridgeport there. So there you go. So we're going to raise money. We're going to tax deliveries now, which you and I will eventually have to pay for. So whatever. And please don't believe it's going to the transportation fund. Well, we know that because you're too afraid to charge folks who drive EVs. You're too afraid to charge them with a mileage tax or a yearly fee to, even out the playing field with us, folk like me who still pay tax on gasoline purchases.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Israel's army says it is expanding ground operations in Gaza. The offensive has sparked angry protests in Tel Aviv.
It's not against the soldiers, it's against
our government that betrayed our people.
The Israeli airstrikes continue as well. CBS's Rami Inocencio.
Early morning reports came in today of more airstrikes near southern Khan Yunis and Rafah, which is on Egypt's border. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has warned Gaza to return the hostages and expel Hamas, the alternative being total destruction.
President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today that begins the dismantling of the Education Department. Professor Cassie Williams at LSU believes allowing states to control funds will be a problem for low-income students.
I don't know what public schools are going to do whenever we have all the money going to the public schools, but it's going towards football programs or it's going towards things that are not ensuring equitable education.
Dozens of demonstrators locked arms today in a protest at NOAA headquarters over the cuts to the federal workforce. Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin.
Hang tough with NOAA, hang tough with FDA, hang tough with NIH, hang tough with the federal workers, and hang tough for democracy, science, and truth in America.
Prosecutors allege a former FBI agent took sensitive records and possibly exposed informant information after leaving the Bureau. Scott McFarland has the story.
According to prosecutors, Jonathan Buma was a longtime FBI agent in Los Angeles, and before leaving the agency in October 2023, they allege he printed out dozens of FBI files and that he was writing a book that included FBI sensitive information. They arrested Buma, according to charging documents, as he tried to leave the country on a flight out of JFK Airport in New York.
A dual Turkish U.S. national who worked as an electrical engineer for the Defense Department pleaded guilty today to removing classified materials. The Taliban has freed an American held in Afghanistan for more than 2 years. Vicki Barker has that.
Atlanta airline mechanic George Glesman was in Afghanistan as a tourist when he was seized by the Taliban's intelligence services in December 2022. He's the third American to be released since January. Unlike the previous deals brokered by the Biden administration, this one reportedly did not involve a prisoner swap. The State Department says the deal was brokered by U.S. and Qatari negotiators. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The Taliban says he was released on humanitarian grounds. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport Police Union has delivered a no-confidence vote against Police Chief Roderick Porter. The police union president announced that over 150 officers voted in favor of the no-confidence vote, with 27 voting against it. However, sources say close to 160 officers didn't vote, meaning more than 50% of the force didn't feel compelled to remove Porter from his position. Regardless, the union president is still calling for Porter to resign. A former Fairfield town official has been sentenced to spend 6 months in federal prison over the illegal disposal of contaminated soil. Joseph Michelangelo formerly served as Fairfield Public Works Director. He admitted to his role in the disposal of soil contaminated with PCBs in parks and playgrounds across town. Michelangelo received a lesser sentence for cooperating with investigators and agreeing to testify against others involved in the scandal. A second arrest has been made in an animal cruelty investigation in Winstead. Police say David Reed turned himself in yesterday after learning a warrant was issued for his arrest for animal cruelty. Earlier this week, police arrested 28-year-old Sarah Smolak for animal cruelty and seized 27 dogs from her Winstead home. Smolak is free on a promise to appear in court in May. Amid the nationwide spread of bird flu, Senator Richard Blumenthal and the State Department of Public Health are speaking out about recent cuts to federal health agencies such as the CDC and the National Institute of Public Health. Though the risk of human infection is currently low, experts worry that our current state of readiness is not sufficient if the virus should mutate. Senator Blumenthal spoke at a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8.
Think about the human consequences of allowing avian flu to mutate and spread among human beings, the tremendous cost to society in monetary resources and human suffering.
And for the first time since May of 2021, average gas prices in Connecticut are under $3 a gallon. At the current average price of $2.99 a gallon, gas prices this year have defied the typical norm of going up as the summer months get closer. Jillian Young from AAA spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 and said that several factors have led to the low prices.
We've got a classic case of ample supply and low demand. We saw some really bitter conditions in the early months of this year with winter weather and snow keeping folks home. So that led to lower demand, kept supplies nice and high. And additionally, we've seen oil and gas commodities trade a little lower amid some uncertainty about tariffs and trade. So all of that combined has led to good news for drivers' wallets.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way for sure. The lower Merritt is going to save you the most time. On the upper Merritt southbound, residual delays through Milford and Stratford from earlier road work. And on Route 8, you've got some residual delays as well going through Seymour, again from earlier problems that have been cleared. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices and personal service. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, can I just ask this? Hi, how are you, by the way? 203-333-9422. Is anybody really losing sleep that the Department of Education may be going away? Honestly. I mean, and I'm listening to the news there at the top of the hour. Oh, the NAACP says this and this. And no. You know what the problem is here? And I mention this all the time. And by the way, if you want to call in and have a discussion with me on that, you can do that, 203-333-9422. Why do we need a Department of Education? Now, again, I'm not just doing this because Trump is doing this, but you know what one of my pet phrases is? Those who oppose change are the most worried it might work. Now, getting rid of the Federal Department of Education, it may be a colossal mistake. It may go down in flames as one of the biggest bungles, if you would, or if you will, that Donald Trump ever did. Or it might be a brilliant idea, or something in the middle. Why on earth is everybody in this society so often afraid of change? Now, number one, I understand the government employees unions. I get that. They're going to lose jobs. That's a separate issue. I understand that. That in and of itself is a separate issue. But people are acting like, oh, my God, if we get rid of the Department of Education, what's going to happen? Well, I got news for you. Some of America's test scores really ain't that good to begin with. You know, their minority school groups are all right. Well, you know, some of the urban test scores in this country, including in Connecticut, ain't exactly shattering records here. Can I be so bold as to say that? Now, does getting rid of the a Department of Education help that? I don't know. But here's the thing. Do we need... Because remember, twice before in American history, we didn't have a Department of Education as we have it today. Jimmy Carter brought it back for a second time. So, I don't know. I may be wrong here, but I would think we had some pretty intelligent people in this country of all races and genders and proclivities before, during, and after we had a Department of Education. And here's the thing. When you get rid of the Department of Education, you have the federal government, for whatever reason, stopping to tell you, hey, you must do this with that money and you must do that with that money. Now, what is wrong? Now, again, in theory, things often work, and in real life, they don't. But what is the problem with, at least on a trial basis? Because again, we got rid of the education department once before. We could always bring it back. We brought it back twice. What is and this is kind of a rhetorical question because you know what the answer is, what's the fear of giving states more say into how money is spent that you get from the federal government on education? Remember, nobody's talking about getting rid of all the federal money in education. See, I think a lot of people they don't understand what's going on here. And I've had teachers call this program, and you can give me a call at 203-333-9422, call or text 333-WICC. The money is still there, but the feds would step in and say, well, you've got to do this, that, and the other with the money. Well, why don't we try something different? How do we know? And I know the temptation is, well, if Trump tries it, it's got to be bad. Maybe it will be. Maybe, like I said, it'll be the worst freaking thing he ever did. Maybe it will destroy American education. Or maybe it won't. Or maybe states will consult with each other and say, hey, we did this, that, and the other. You should try this. And we were able, perhaps, to do this because the Department of Education wasn't there to tell us, no, you can't. I understand federal oversight is important in a lot of things. I'm not saying it isn't. But is it really necessary for the federal government to have that distributor, that middleman, that middle woman, that middle person in the middle saying, hey, you have to do this, the individual states? Or am I wrong here? And I'd love to hear from you, and I know I have some teachers that call on this all the time. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or you can email, or you can text. Are you an education professional or a parent, and are you happy, at least in the short term, unless a court says he can't do it, which a lot of people say he can't? Are you happy that Mr. Trump is apparently going to sign the document today to get rid of the Department of Education?
There's so many in our community who make a positive impact, from innovators and leaders to local businesses and nonprofits. They do so much for Connecticut. We will recognize them with the WICC Impact Awards, and we need your help. Submit your nominations now across 6 categories at voiceofct.com. Then join us on May 14th at Fasano's Four Seasons in Stratford as we recognize your nominees. Honor those who've helped to make Connecticut better with the WICC Impact Awards.
Oh my goodness, I almost missed getting on the radio right now because I'm having way too much fun here. We are at the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's Engage and Grow Expo. It's at the Total Mortgage Arena here in Bridgeport. We're here till 5 p.m. and I think I'm going to need the extra couple of hours because there are just so many different places to go and network and learn and connect. I was just talking to the Connecticut Tourism. I was talking to the Beardsley Zoo. There are just, I don't know, there are so many entities. I'm honestly losing track, but it is such an amazing opportunity to be down here because you've got different businesses, different industries, different leaders who are all throughout our community right here in Fairfield County. And what's amazing about this, that this expo is the first time the BRBC has hosted this. It's free to come in here And so many times we're looking for resources, right? We want to make sure that we are growing our businesses, we're getting connected to more places, we're learning, and again, we're engaging, we're growing our business. That's literally why it's called Engage and Grow. And you can do that here for free. So you got a couple more hours. Come on down to the Total Mortgage Arena here in Bridgeport. I am right here in the front. Come say hi to me. And then we hope to see you here. I think it's an amazing opportunity, and it's happening only this afternoon here in Bridgeport. So I will see you soon at the Engage and Grow Expo.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to babbel.com. That's babbel.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way for sure. The lower Merritt is going to save you the most time. On the upper Merritt southbound, residual delays through Milford and Stratford from earlier road work. And on Route 8, you've got some residual delays as well going through Seymour, again from earlier problems that have been cleared. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices and personal service. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Schools will be fine. Don't worry. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Just doing some quick reading here on the break there. And, listen, the Department of Education is not going to completely go away. But again, I have always been one. I don't care what side of the aisle it comes from. I don't. If somebody says this might be a better idea to get things done or to improve test scores or anything like that, of course, test scores with the Department of Education, but anything in and of that, generally, whether it's governance in your hometown or in your state or in your city or whatever, nationally, why don't we just give it a shot? Why are we so defeatist on this stuff? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why are we so defeatist on that? Again, the Department of Education, and look, I'm sure there are some quality people that work there. I'm sure they do have some quality programs. But as they pointed out in a piece I just read here, since 1979, when Jimmy Carter brought it back and changed what it was doing from its original incarnation decades earlier, like the 30s or 40s or something like that, they've spent something like $3 trillion with a T. It's a lot of money. $3 trillion on federal education money, with the Department of Education saying where it could go. Well, how are we doing with that? I'm serious question. $3 trillion on education federally since, 1979. And all you hear is bad test scores, except in some affluent areas. So all this federal intervention, has it really helped? I don't know. It sure doesn't look like it. Now, I know there are other aspects there. There are, family unit issues and stuff like that. But my God, you see some of these interest groups, the teachers groups, the NAACP, the Hispanic groups, and they're all like, well, this is going to wreck us. Wreck what? Have you seen some of the test scores? And again, that's not for a lack of trying. There are wonderful teachers out there, and there are wonderful administrators out there. But how about we just try something a little different? Maybe it won't work. But my God, I go absolutely insane. Well, not absolutely insane, but I lose some manner of sanity. When people say, whoa, we can't do that. Well, why not? Why can't you do it? Well, because it'll never work. Why don't we try? Why don't we try? Like I said, the loudest voices you hear against change are also the ones who fear the most it might work. Right? Like I say all the time, there are also people, when it comes to race relations, remember, a truly colorblind, color-neutral society puts a lot of people out of work. Trust me on that. Joe's with us in Milford. Hey, Joe, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, Joe. What's on your mind?
So my worry with the Department of Education going away is not, in essence, the destruction of the department. It's more of funding in so many other areas and so many departments has been frozen as of late. My worry would be those funding, special education, those things would, without a department to protect them, be easier to fund or easier to siphon off.
Could be. No, Joe, you're right. And that's why I said we need to give some of these things a shot. Now, what Linda McMahon is saying, who Mr. Trump, installed her, she was approved as the education secretary, and he is saying give more control to the states. So what does that mean? Does that mean now that chunk of money that was at the Department of Education level suddenly floats down to Hartford, right, for Charlene Russell Tucker and her staff to handle without the feds saying you have to do this? I don't know, Joe. I don't know.
So that my other concern that I would bring to is the idea of the money not filtering through the Department of Education and coming straight to the state sounds like there'd be more money for the state, which I'm all for. And then you have towns like Bridgeport that are being audited because that money went to the town and the town itself used it misused it.
Yeah, no.
So I'm all for the streamline of it, and I agree. Try everything once. It's not a terrible way to go about things, but there's so many rules that could be done to put in place first. There's just a lot of changes like that I would like to see.
Yeah, I understand. And Joe, thank you. And you have a very good point there, Joe. Could this, and like I said, it could backfire completely. And maybe having a Department of Education in place where there are hardened federal regulations that say, hey, we send, or, you can't touch this money. It's got to be in a certain account. Or when we say it's for special ed, you better tell us and show us how it's for special ed. You can't finagle this stuff. We don't want the Bridgeport effect nationwide. I'm kidding. Well, I'm really not, because what kind of Board of Ed goes $30 million in the hole? But that's another story we'll get to momentarily. So, yeah, listen, like I said, this could be one of the most brilliant things the feds have ever done with Trump. It could be one of the absolute worst things that ever happened, or somewhere in the middle. My sense is that this might be kind of somewhere in the middle. Nothing's either really completely awful or completely perfect. But, man, I got to tell you something. If they want to, if the Trump White House or if anybody who's left in the Department of Education wants to curry favor with people and with parents and with schools and stuff like that, fix the absolute cluster, you know what, that happened a couple of years ago, last year and a half, with that FAFSA, that online student aid portal. Oh, my God. Did you read about that? What a cluster. Here's the federal government who couldn't manage and run an online student aid portal with, the generic application for student aid. It wasn't running right. It didn't get to the schools right. And who was running the Department of Education when all that happened? Miguel Cardona, Connecticut's own. And if folks, I'm telling you, if you are not familiar with that, find somebody in your family or in your circle of friends or work friends who was trying to get a child or a grandchild or a child they are guardian for. Talk to them about getting that sucker filled out over the past couple of years. It was a complete and utter crash.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way for sure. The lower Merritt is going to save you the most time. On the upper Merritt southbound, residual delays through Milford and Stratford from earlier road work. And on Route 8, you've got some residual delays as well going through Seymour, again, from earlier problems that have been cleared. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices and personal service. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
Join us at Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield and take advantage of our special Blazer EV retired service loaner fleet. Lease with $3,000 down for only $190 a month. Experience all-wheel drive and up to 279 miles of range only at MaritimeChevy.com.
Stock number 24288, 2012 miles, 10K miles per year, 24 months lease. Primary lender must approve. Excludes tax reg and dealer conveyance fee of $7.99.
Dine out for half price. It's a sweet deal week at voiceofct.com. Great local restaurants are offering $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click on the sweet deal banner. Restaurants include AB's Falafel, Little Pub, Joseph's Steakhouse, Twisted Vine, Caloroso Eatery, Gusto, Hair of the Dog, Twin Pines, Sports Center, The Adventure Park, Choice Pet, and more. Buy $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click the sweet deals banner.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com. Or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com. Or in stores at your local CVS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A deadline has come and gone for the Justice Department to provide a judge with more information about last weekend's deportations. Scott McFarland reports some of the migrants insist they are not gang members.
They're arguing these deportations were a moment of chaos on the tarmac, on the plane, that there was crying and instability on the flight, that it was putridly hot.
While President Trump dismantles the Education Department, critics like Cassie Williams of LSU insist it will be problematic for low-income students who want to go to college.
We're running backwards right now. We're making federal funding towards higher education inaccessible.
The Trump administration is considering creating a militarized buffer zone along the southern border to stop illegal crossings. Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
It does raise some legal questions, including the federal law that prohibits active duty troops from engaging in law enforcement.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport's law offices say the city does not have to release any of their preliminary findings as the result of a probe of who leaked security camera footage that kicked off the most recent election scandal and led to several arrests. The state's independent party now says they want the results released, saying that releasing them would, quote, restore public confidence in the integrity of our elections, as well as giving Connecticut voters the transparency they deserve. Bridgeport City Attorney Taisha Toms said that since the report is incomplete, the city is not interested in spending additional resources to complete it and therefore will not release the findings they have. A judge is making an offer to Bridgeport City Councilwoman Anita Martinez to resolve the criminal case against her. Martinez is facing charges related to the operation of an illegal nightclub in Bridgeport where a man was shot and killed in September of 2020. Details of the offer made to Martinez by the judge have not been released, and the case has been continued until March 28th. Martinez previously sought accelerated probation to dispose of the case, but that was rejected by the judge. UConn is planning to convert a Stamford apartment building into student housing. UConn will be converting the BLVD apartment building on Washington Boulevard into housing for its Stamford campus, which is located directly next door. Current residents are allowed to stay in the building until next year, but they can exit leases early without penalty if they choose. The building is expected to house around 350 students once converted into dorms. President Donald Trump was set to sign an executive order today aimed at eliminating the Department of Education. Scott Pringle has the details.
Data shows that eliminating the DOE would impact New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, where about 7 to 8% of their total education budget comes from federal dollars. If the Trump administration gets its way with the closure, it would mean authority would return to individual states. NAACP President Derek Johnson calls it a dark day for children who depend on federal funding for education. Education Secretary Linda McMahon says it simply takes the bureaucracy out of education.
The Bridgeport Board of Education has begun their search for the next superintendent of schools, a position they hope to have filled by June. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery has been serving as acting superintendent since former Superintendent Dr. Carmela Levy-David departed the district after a tumultuous 16-month tenure. The issues with Levy-David and her subsequent departure were a major reason the State Board of Education voted earlier this year to give Commissioner of Education Charlene Russell Tucker the power to approve the board's appointment of a new schools chief. Avery is one of those interested in applying for the position. Interested candidates have until May 1st to apply. A New York man is accused of federal charges alleging that he traveled to Connecticut to sexually abuse a minor. Prosecutors say 26-year-old James Pagliaro recorded videos of the 15-year-old female engaging in sexual conduct. Pagliaro was arrested yesterday and was ordered held without bail during an appearance in Bridgeport Federal Court. He's facing charges that could send him to prison for the rest of his life if convicted. No injuries are reported after a car crashed into a medical building in Milford. The incident was reported yesterday afternoon on Broad Street in downtown Milford. All people inside the vehicle had escaped without injuries before police arrived on the scene. A building inspector was called in to make sure there were no structural issues because of the crash. A driver has serious injuries after a crash on Interstate 95 in Milford that snarled afternoon traffic for hours. The crash between an SUV and a tractor-trailer happened yesterday on I-95 South near exit 39A and B. The SUV ended up down a steep embankment with the driver pinned against a tree. The patient was unconscious, but alive throughout the extensive rescue effort and then was rushed to the hospital. The crash brought I-95 traffic to a standstill for several hours yesterday afternoon. Governor Ned Lamont joined other state lawmakers at a rally earlier this week to protest potential cuts to Medicaid by the Trump administration. The president has insisted that he does not intend to cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security, but Democrats like Representative John Larson argue that Republican budget proposals make such cuts inevitable.
Their focus is their $2 trillion tax cut that they want to make permanent.
State Republicans maintain that Medicaid should be protected, but echoed the president's comments that there is wasteful spending happening within the program. State Representative Vin Candelora spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
We certainly need to protect the benefits that are provided in Medicaid. But we do also need to look at, for instance, we provide Medicaid to able-bodied individuals that can go to work.
Governor Lamont also reiterated that significant spending cuts down in D.C. could potentially impact Connecticut's two-year budget. And Steve Winwood is announcing his first North American headlining tour since 2018. Here's Mark Mayfield with that story.
All of the dates are in September, starting with the 12th and 13th in Bridgeport, Connecticut. He'll be joined by the Tedeschi Trucks Band for the two Bridgeport shows. Winwood will play 8 more U.S. shows along the Atlantic coast, including Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Atlantic City, New Jersey. The former Traffic, Blind Faith, and Spencer Davis Group singer will wrap up his tour in Niagara Falls, Ontario, September the 28th.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes now from Stamford through Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The Lower Merritt will save you the most time at the moment. Out of New Haven, busy, but moving through Brantford and Long Wharf overcross is even easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, how many of you folks out there listening to me right now have, well, let's just talk frankly about it, shall we? End-of-life plans. You know what I'm talking about. You have a will. You have a power of attorney. You've got medical orders. We've all done this either for ourselves, or I had experience doing it with my parents and some elderly relatives. And we all lay out for ourselves, or they tell us, hey, here's what happens when I finally go. Because we're all going. Hopefully later rather than sooner, when nobody's going to get out of here alive. So normally the normal or whatever you can call normal is you're put in a casket. Your, as they say, physical remains. We're not talking about the body of the soul now. Your physical remains in a casket, and you're lowered down 6 or 8 feet in the ground, and that's it. Everybody sobs, everybody throws the rose, and you go to a restaurant and everybody eats for 3 hours. Okay? Or if you're not buried, if you're not buried in a casket, 6 feet under, as they say, you're cremated, which has become a lot more the norm now than it used to be because a lot of cemeteries are getting full. And once you're cremated, those ashes are either taken home with loved ones, they're scattered somewhere, or they're in a vault somewhere. We know the idea. So you're either interred in the ground or maybe in a burial vault, or you're cremated. Well. How about this? And I found this among the bills being considered in Hartford. Would you be in favor of, you say, well, the cremation thing, I don't know about that. Well, putting my body in a very expensive box in the ground forever and ever, amen. I don't know about that. How about terramation? Terramation. Terramation. You know what that is? It's composting a human body. That's right. It's wrapping up a body in a certain sort of dressing that's, I guess, soaked with stuff and putting the body in the ground, and then the body decomposes. What do you think of that? That's not legal in Connecticut. Do you think it should be? Yes, there is a terramation bill being considered in Hartford. And they took testimony out of the other day. Doesn't mean it's going to get voted on. You know how these things work. But again, is this something you would consider having done to you? In other words, you had a good life. You don't want to be in a box. And those damn caskets, they can get very expensive. Believe me, I've done 4 family funerals, handled them. I know. Thankfully, we have a family friend who helped us out. Very well-known funeral director in the area. But, between the, 10, 11 grand if you want a nice funeral with a nice casket or whatever. I don't know what cremation costs. But how about this? Terramation. A return, it says here in the Hartford Courant, to dust and ashes is inevitable, but how many human remains can make the transition is up for debate in Connecticut. And the phrase ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And the prayers, the Catholic or Christian prayers about, from to or whatever it is. Should terramation be legal? Should it be legal to take a body and just stick it in the ground? Now, I'll explain how that works in a minute. But would you, once you're done, because, again, none of us are getting out of here alive. Hopefully we live many, 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 many more years of fruitful lives. But a lot of us aren't getting out. None of us are getting out of here alive unless the rapture happens while we're still here. But maybe you're not into getting basically rolled into an oven. Or you're not into, getting all dressed up in a spiffy new suit, but you're dead. And they're putting you in a box. Would you want to be a person who orders terramation? Or would you do that for a loved one? Mother, father, sister, brother. If they came up to you and said, hey, just drop me in the ground. It's not legal in Connecticut yet, but just drop me in the ground and I'll just kind of go away, decompose. Now, how does that work? I'll explain straight ahead.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. We are live here at the Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport, and this is going on today until 5, the Engage and Grow Expo. I was actually just sitting in on a chat. Thank you so much to Rachel Lenda, who is with the Office of Tourism. She was chatting and just interacting with the crowd here. What's really neat about this first-time expo here at the Total Mortgage Arena, thanks to the BRBC, the Bridgeport Regional Business Council, is there are a lot of different workshops actually going on. So there are educational workshops where you can learn from top experts, get some emerging trends, business strategies, best practices for our local economy. There's networking opportunities where you can engage directly with hundreds of professionals and businesses, opening doors to partnerships, clients, even community allies. And I have to say, if you've ever been to the arena here where you typically will see like the hockey rink down here, that has been totally taken over by booths. There are interactive showcases, and you can really get connected to a lot of different businesses and industry leaders. So what are you waiting for? Make sure you do not miss out on this free opportunity to come down to the BRBC's first ever Engage and Grow Expo right now at the Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport until 5 o'clock.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes now from Stamford through Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The Lower Merritt will save you the most time at the moment. Out of New Haven, busy but moving through Brantford and Long Wharf. Overcross is even easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back and only on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So would you want your body, eventually, when you leave the beautiful earth here, would you want your body to just decay away into the earth? It's called terramation. It's not legal here in the state. I guess, number one, should it be legal, and should you, would you want to do it? I'm not sure. I was thinking about this. I don't know. Now, once I'm dead, I don't know whether I'd care much about anything. The only thing that would probably happen when I'm dead is the Jets would probably win a Super Bowl. And hopefully I'm in a spot in the afterlife where I can start clapping and crying for joy. But the older I get, the more I think my beloved Jets are never winning a Super Bowl until I die. But when you die now, or when I die, you may have an option called terramation. So this basically is human composting. Would you want your body composted? Would you drop grandma in a hole there? I would assume you would. I'm sorry. I would assume, don't send me the nasty emails now. This is a real story. I would assume grandma or grandpa or mom or dad or auntie or uncle-y, they would discuss this with you. Terramation is actually also referred to, here's another great euphemism. Remember, they're not strip joints anymore. They're gentlemen's clubs. It's called natural organic reduction. Yes. It returns the body to the soil through a controlled process that causes the body to decompose naturally. How long does it take? 2 to 3 months. They say at the end of 3 months, you're basically just a pile of soil. Folks, this is real. I'm not going to... Is this something that interests you? Maybe just for you. Maybe you haven't decided about mom or dad yet, grandma or grandpa. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Me, I don't know. Maybe I'd just rather be cremated and have my ashes scattered on some long or lonesome beach somewhere, or just dumped along I-95. I don't know. The company Return to Home provides terramation services throughout the country, including Connecticut. The process begins with what's called they don't call it a burial. They call it a laying in service. Says here, where families say goodbye to their loved one. And according to the website, you adorn them with items that show love and celebrate their memory. A casket and embalming chemicals are not used. Rather, now this gets a little graphic here. Rather, the body is wrapped in a vessel that enables oxygen flow. Terramation uses organic materials like wood chips, alfalfa, and straw to leverage microbial activity to quickly break down the body into soil, and the soil is returned to the family. So, if you want to grow some really good beefsteak tomatoes, honey, yeah. Do you have that bag? What bag? The bag with what? Oh, the one with Grandpa in it. Yeah. He always said, take my soil and grow some tomatoes. Chris is shaking his head in the other studio. The bill under question would set up regulations for how remains would be stored, handled, and reduced, how records are kept, and a new license from the Department of Public Health to perform terramation. So what do you think of it? So there's this company, and I guess they already do it in spots here in Connecticut. This would further line up the process here. Now, but this is interesting. Paul and Bethel, hang on. We'll be right to you. But here's where the rubber meets the road, or the soil meets the grass here. The bill would prohibit the use or sale of composed human remains for any purpose connected to the development of direct-to-consumer food sales. They would otherwise be returned to the family of the deceased person for final disposition. So basically, you couldn't sell grandpa or grandma or mom or dad. You couldn't sell the remains. Hey, listen, dad was always in great shape. He'll make some great cucumbers. I'll tell you. The bill says such remains shall be disposed of through the scattering of such remains in a designated scattering garden or an area in a cemetery, or by prior authorization by the Cemetery Corporation by placing such remains in a grave, crypt, or niche, or retention of such remains pursuant to prior authorization. So you could not sell the soil remains of mom and dad, grandpa or grandma. She was a strong woman, and she'll make great cabbage. I'm sorry. Paul in Bethel's here. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Good. How are you, Paul?
Paul, the joke. This is the kind of story where the jokes just write themselves. I'm telling you.
They really do. Yeah. Junior, spit out your grandfather.
Yeah. Look at these tomatoes, Paul. All because of Grandpa, right? Yeah.
Grandma always had great tomatoes.
Yeah.
Now look at them.
Now look at them. Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to be there when this happens, so I don't care what they do with me. My goal is to not cause my family to have to spend any money for anything elaborate or anything.
Yeah.
Burn me in a pit, sprinkle me on a lake or on a mountain, and that's good. That doesn't cost much money.
It is incredible what funerals can cost, though. You know, Paul, it really is.
I'm never going that route. Not a chance. I don't need all that. Throw me a big party. Put a picture of me on the mantle.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Yeah, Paul, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, we did that with my son's stepdad, who passed away about 3 or 4 years ago, and everybody just had a party, and people said some remarks about him, but, people said, hey, this is what he wanted, whatever. So, if they do that for me, people are going to be there going, oh, my God, finally, what a pain. But terramation, would you ever do this? Now, some people may say, "Well, geez, that's desecrating a body or whatever." Yeah, I mean, if you'd rather be put in a box 6 or 8 feet under and never touched again. Now, yes, bodies still decay, they mummify in caskets, no matter how they are embalmed. I get it. And there are ways that remains will stay around. The ancient Egyptians and Greeks have been teaching us that for thousands of years. But terramation, would you ever tell your family, hey, listen, I'm not into my corpse being in a box for the next 1,000 years or whatever it takes for that box to decay, which it probably wouldn't if it's in a concrete burial vault? But again, and I don't want to be like, I'm not. I think the whole incineration thing in and of is not for me. So maybe terramation. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or if one of your relatives said, hey, I want to be decomposed into the soil, and you're going to look at them and say, no, Grandma, we're not doing that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes now from Stamford through Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The Lower Merritt will save you the most time at the moment. Out of New Haven, busy, but moving through Brantford and Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross is even easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Are you ready to make a difference? In Connecticut, over 3,000 children are in foster care, newborns to teenagers, and there's not enough licensed foster families to support them. These children are waiting for a family just like yours. Contact Annie C. Courtney Foundation and learn how to become a foster parent. Your temporary commitment brings lasting, positive change to a child's life. Contact Annie C. Courtney Foundation at annec.org and learn how you can become a foster parent. Be the change for a child today. annec.org.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
So, of course, we've always had traditional burial. We've had cremation. Now, I guess we will formally have likely terramation, which is a way to wrap up a body with certain stuff and see it just decay into the soil. Now, by the way, some people at the Capitol didn't like this idea. They say, depending upon what that person may have died from, you may not want to introduce that into the soil. And some stuff they're afraid of doesn't really break down all that well. Like, will the skeletons survive after 3 or 4 years? And again, you don't know eventually what that land may be used for, so this is not a slam dunk by any means. Andy's with us. Andy, what's up with you?
Paulucci.
Yeah.
I'd be curious as to the cost of it. Like, I have a cremation contract.
Yeah.
It costs me like $1,300.
Yeah.
You get a card for your wallet, and when they find my body, they call a number, and they come and get me, and they deliver my urn to my daughter, who will bury me in the pond in their backyard.
All right, I just
so
looked.
I don't know what terramation sounds okay, but how much are we talking?
I just looked it up, Andy. $5,000 to $7,000.
Yeah, see, mine was $1,300, so.
Look at that.
You got to figure out what kind of, what kind of treatment you want.
But, Andy, just think of the great tomatoes they could grow with your remains, or cucumbers, or cabbage. Think of that.
You know what I'd be afraid of with terramation, Paul, is a bear could dig me up and eat me.
Yeah, well, Andy, thanks. I appreciate it. There you go. Well, man, am I getting jabbed because of the bear stuff? Man, oh, man. By the way, I still got to read you a couple of emails I got yesterday because I got to tell you, It's days like yesterday. Every so often, doing talk radio or doing radio in general, sometimes you read text messages or you read, listener email, which of course I love, Paul at voiceofct.com. And you read what they say you said, and you sit there and say, who were you listening to?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump will soon begin the dismantling of another federal agency, as Natalie Brand reports.
After weeks of talking about it,
we want education to be moved back where the states run education.
President Trump is expected to sign an executive order this afternoon aimed at dismantling the Department of Education, a longtime goal of conservatives.
We have spent more than $3 trillion at this federal bureaucracy. What has been the return on that investment for the American taxpayer? Levels that are less than ideal, less than proficient.
In the Middle East, Israel has launched more ground operations in Gaza after days of airstrikes and despite angry protesters who staged demonstrations in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. The protesters are worried about the fate of the hostages with the renewed fighting. The government sees things differently. Mark Kansian of the Center for International Studies.
As much as they would like to get their hostages back, but facing the prospect of a Gaza that is returned to Hamas control, they're deciding to attack Hamas, trying to get a better deal.
European leaders gathered today to discuss peacekeeping if there is a deal between Russia and Ukraine to win that war. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
I'm clear in my mind that if there is a deal, and I hope there is, we need to do the planning beforehand, not after the deal.
The Trump administration has issued a warning about the vandalism of Tesla vehicles. Linda Kenyon has that.
In a statement, Attorney General Bondi says, quote, if you join this wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties, the Department of Justice will put you behind bars.
The storm system that swept across the nation yesterday left behind a continuing wildfire threat. Jim Krasula reports.
The fires have prompted evacuations near a national forest outside Houston and forced the shutdown of parts of busy U.S. Highway 1 in the Florida Keys during spring break. Montgomery County, Texas Judge Mark Keough says authorities there are ready to deal with fires.
We don't want somebody to say this caught us off guard. That's not in our DNA.
Red flag warnings for dangerous wildfire conditions are posted in the Dakotas and in parts of New Mexico, Colorado, and Nebraska. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
After this year's devastating wildfires, officials in Los Angeles are looking ahead to hosting the 2028 Olympics.
Everybody loves a comeback story. And when the world comes to LA in 2028, ours will be on full display.
The International Olympic Committee named Christy Coventry as the first woman and African president. On Wall Street, the Dow off 11 points today. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Unbelievable. All right.
Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text taxes to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text taxes to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont joined other state lawmakers at a rally earlier this week to protest potential cuts to Medicaid by the Trump administration. The president has insisted that he does not intend to cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security, but Democrats like Representative John Larson argue that Republican budget proposals make such cuts inevitable.
Their focus is their $2 trillion tax cut that they want to make permanent.
State Republicans maintain that Medicaid should be protected, but echoed the president's comments that there is wasteful spending happening within the program. State Representative Vin Candelora spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
We certainly need to protect the benefits that are provided in Medicaid. But we do also need to look at, for instance, we provide Medicaid to able-bodied individuals that can go to work.
Governor Lamont also reiterated that significant spending cuts down in D.C. could potentially impact Connecticut's 2-year budget. A driver has serious injuries after a crash on Interstate 95 in Milford that snarled afternoon traffic for hours. The crash between an SUV and a tractor-trailer happened yesterday on I-95 South near exit 39A and B. The SUV ended up down a steep embankment with the driver pinned against a tree. The patient was unconscious but alive through the extensive rescue effort and then was rushed to the hospital. The crash brought I-95 traffic to a standstill for several hours yesterday afternoon. The Bridgeport Police Union has delivered a no-confidence vote against Police Chief Roderick Porter. The police union president announced that over 150 officers voted in favor of the no-confidence vote, with 27 voting against it. However, sources say close to 160 officers didn't vote, meaning more than 50% of the force didn't feel compelled to remove Porter from his position. Regardless, the union president is still calling for Porter to resign. And for the first time since May of 2021, average gas prices in Connecticut are under $3 a gallon. At the current average price of $2.99 a gallon, gas prices this year have defied the typical norm of going up as the summer months get closer. Jillian Young from AAA spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 and said that several factors have led to the low prices.
We've got a classic case of ample supply and low demand. We saw some really bitter conditions in the early months of this year with winter weather and snow keeping folks home. So that led to lower demand, kept supplies nice and high. And additionally, we've seen oil and gas commodities trade a little lower amid some uncertainty about tariffs and trade. So all of that combined has led to good news for drivers' wallets.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes from Stamford to Bridgeport. The park overall is slightly easier. Out of New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross and Route 8 are even easier. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Ah, yeah, Terramation. Basically, it's letting you just decay away, which a lot of people would say is the way to go. Hey, don't put me in a box. Don't cremate me. Again, it's one of the things we're talking about here. You into Terramation. Would you ever want that for yourself? Terramation, basically, it's done here in Connecticut, but they want to, put some guidelines around it. It's not cremation. It's not you basically getting incinerated into ashes and then tossed about, as many relatives and friends do. Sometimes you keep a little of mom and dad there on the mantelpiece, and then you scatter what remains at sea or on a beach or whatever. It's not that. It's not traditional internment. It's basically wrapping your body up in something, a special shroud or something that's got stuff in it. And in about 3 months, your body's done. It's gone. It has returned to soil. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, whatever the rest of that prayer says. So the bottom line is there is a bill being considered in Hartford to say, hey, this is a new kind of thing that's, popular in other parts of the country. And if we do this here, it needs regulation. It's got to be done in certain areas. And when the soil that used to be mom and dad, grandpa and grandma, whatever's returned to you or whatever's left, you really shouldn't sell it. You can't say, hey, dad was a strapping Norseman and he'll make great cucumbers. No. You don't want to do that. Got an email on that. Email is Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at Voice of CT. Hi, Paul. I believe the state of Washington or Oregon started doing this several years ago. You're right. It is being done in the Pacific Northwest. 60 Minutes did an interview with them. Interesting process. I would consider this and have a celebration of life. I want to go out natural. Cremation. I recently looked at one of the funeral homes in Norwalk. Cremation running about $3,000. Says our emailer here, please plant me with a Japanese maple. All right. You know what they can plant me with? Plant me with a blank headstone and then leave a cutout in that headstone where you can comfortably slip into that cutout the back sports page of the New York Post when my beloved New York Jets finally win the Super Bowl. All right, more coming up. This here is WICC.
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything related to the trees on your property, K&J Tree Service should be your first call. They're my go-to for all of my tree issues. Did you know K&J has 0% financing available right now? You can apply from your phone. There's no credit impact. There are loan options within seconds, and they're also offering special discounts like $250 off of $2,500 jobs or more than $500 off a $5,000 job. Are your trees in distress? Is your yard losing its charm? Well, then let K&J Tree Service bring your landscape back to life with their expert tree care solutions. At K&J Tree Service, they understand the importance of maintaining the beauty and safety of your outdoor space, and their team of certified arborists offer top-notch services, including tree trimming, tree removal, stump grinding, and so much more. Go to kjtreeservice.com for your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, and you can also text them for a free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Join the Center for Family Justice for Walk a Mile in Her Shoes on Saturday, April 26th in downtown Fairfield. Walk a Mile is a fun and engaging community awareness event that asks men and boys to take their first step to end violence against women and girls. Gather your team, bring your pet, and show your support for victims and survivors of abuse by registering to join in the walk on April 26th. Learn more or register for Walk a Mile in Her Shoes at centerforfamilyjustice.org.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S., Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes from Stamford to Bridgeport. The park overall is slightly easier. Out of New Haven, busy, but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross and Route 8 are even easier. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Sometimes a text is just easier. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, the text line's open. Same line as the call line, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Back to the calls momentarily. Well, this guy, our next guest, oh boy, he ruffled the feathers of the Democratic leadership in Hartford to the point where they wrote an arrogant, condescending op-ed wagging their fingers at him. My sense is he doesn't care, nor should he. Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson's here. Hey, Rob, it's Paul. How are you, sir?
I am doing great, Paul, and you're absolutely right. I do not care. I think it's very indicative of the fact that I think that they're feeling the pressure. I think they fully recognize that people across Connecticut are catching on to Republican values, and I think maybe they know they're losing ground.
Okay, so let's lay this out. So you recently said, hey, you know, we don't have time limits in our debates here at the State House and State Senate, so you may do what you think would be necessary to kill bad legislation. And Bob Duff out of Norwalk and Martin Looney out of New Haven, it was like you kick sand in their face, Rob. And they write this op-ed that the Connecticut Mirror ran, basically being arrogant, condescending to the nth degree here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very telling when the two most powerful Democrats reduce themselves to take on just a random, Republican state senator. And you know what's remarkable about this whole thing, Paul, is that, I notoriously I do talk a lot in the legislature, and I've been known to keep people there well past midnight into the early wee hours. Fighting to stop bad bills, and I've had a lot of success about it. And just a couple of weeks ago, I was asked in an interview with Mike Cerulli, about that. And I told him, I said, look, when it gets down to the last few days of the legislature, the minority does have a lot of power. We can use our ability to speak and put forward hard amendments to make change. And they took such exception to that. It's so remarkable to me. I mean, we haven't even begun to get started in the session yet, and they already have their feathers up.
And I read almost all the entire thing line by line, commenting here on it, Rob, and it's funny to me. It was almost comical. It almost read like something out of the Babylon Bee or The Onion when they used to be funny. And it was almost like, well, behave or we're so benevolent in extending the option for the minority party to voice its opinions here. And this comes like another day after they killed a bunch of energy bills from the Republican Party simply because, Rob, in some way they had an R attached to them. I mean, they have to be kidding here.
Right. I mean, it is remarkable to me reading that statement that they put out, the way they refer to themselves as if, because they're the majority party, they act as if they've always been the majority party and they always will be. I mean, it's such dripping arrogance and hubris in every comment to suggest that somehow they're allowing us to engage in open debate as if that's a generous gift that they're providing, rather than just the process by which we operate in our representative system. And people should take notice that that's how they view their role. I serve in committees. I was on the Labor Committee debating bills this morning, and every day they inject themselves more and more into the lives of people, telling people how to live, telling how companies how to operate. And, I keep asking them, I'm like, what is the compelling reason for this? Why does the state have to be involved? And they don't have an answer for that. They just believe that they were elected to be the god of everything and everyone's business. And they need to be taken down a peg.
Rob Sampson here, Republican State Senate member, the target of a rather arrogant and very direct op-ed from Bob Duff in Norwalk and also from Martin Looney in New Haven. They threatened, Rob, as you well know, in that op-ed to, maybe get rid of unlimited debate and go to time limits. And I said here on the show, okay, then do it. Like Rob, call their bluff and say, if you're that worried about hearing, maybe for long periods of time, the opposition voice their opinion, then if you're that insecure, go ahead and do it. You think they would ever do that, or are they just blowing smoke?
It's hard to know. I mean, I almost feel like they wrote that as an excuse, as a precursor, as trying to legitimize the eventuality that they would make that decision. But I have to tell you, I mean, it's long been considered the nuclear option. To actually do what's called call the question and stop people from speaking. You have to remember, every person that serves in the legislature represents citizens.
Yeah.
And effectively cutting people off and not letting them speak is telling those citizens that they don't have a voice either. So for me, I mean, it would be extremely telling, and it's just shocking that they want to say that I'm abusing my role because I'm actually speaking on behalf of my constituents, and yet they would not be abusing anything by preventing someone from speaking. It seems completely reversed.
And Rob, I have to laugh too. This is the same party that worries about, well, you and other Republicans talking too much. Yet, every couple of years when we get in the budget cycle, they certainly are not worried about delivering 800 and 900-page budgets at 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning. So, Rob, I guess those late nights are okay, but the ones you and other Republicans may cause, I guess those are not. Funny how that works, huh?
Yes. Well, there's a long list of things that they do that create impediments for the minority. I held a town hall meeting in the town of Cheshire last night, and I amused the guests at that town hall meeting by just going through the long list of things that they do. I mean, they give us bill language, moments before we're supposed to vote on it. Sometimes, as you mentioned, it's hundreds of pages. It's still warm from the copier in your hands, Paul. I mean, it's like, oh, you're going to vote on this, or they will take the worst bill in the world, and then on the top of it, they'll just hand you one sheet of paper which has, the education aid for your town is sitting on the top to remind you, forget all the other garbage that's in there, but if you vote against this, we're going to hang it over your head. I mean, they have a lot of mechanisms they use to abuse their authority, and I like to point it out. I like to make sure that the people that are watching understand what's happening, and this is what they have a problem with, is the truth. They have the problem with the truth being exposed.
Rob Sampson. Rob, thank you. State Senate member Rob, keep up the good work, and if they tell you to shut up, don't. Keep them there like all night for like 2 or 3 days, Rob. Just run them down for me, okay? Just make them exhausted. Will you do that for me?
I will absolutely do that. It will be my pleasure, Paul. Thank you very much.
All right, Rob, appreciate it.
Out to the people.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks, Rob Sampson there, one of the Republican State Senate members. Yeah, folks, I mean, he, listen, look, Rob is one of those guys in Hartford, and there's some on the Democratic side, too, that they go hard at this stuff. And people say, well, Sampson, he's a real right-winger. Well, yeah, he's real conservative, and there are people on the other side, too. But if you didn't see this op-ed, you have to read it. Because the tone of it, which was disappointing, I can understand if Senator Looney and Senator Duff want to say that Rob Sampson is abusing the limitless debate that we have here in Connecticut. But my God, the arrogance of that piece, say, well, you know, we do allow our folks on the other side of the aisle to voice their opinion, but there are limits, you know. Oh, my God. And look, folks, I mentioned this. Other people on this station have mentioned this. Other talk show hosts have mentioned this. Can you imagine, after you've been in Hartford for weeks or weeks in a certain legislative session, and you're not dealing with stuff to rename a post office or to appropriate a few $100,000 for a football field somewhere. You're dealing with stuff that's maybe tens, hundreds of millions of dollars, and you get the members of the minority there, which, you know, is the Republican Party, and they're given half an hour, 30 minutes to go through hundreds of pages of a spending bill. But again, this is never, ever, ever, ever going to change unless enough people in a given cycle every 2 years say, you know what, I've been voting for the Democratic majority for 30 years. Nothing's getting better. My electricity's not getting cheaper. My taxes aren't going down. They're nickel and diming me to death. Just for one cycle, folks. Just for one cycle. For 2 years. One budget cycle. Bite your lip if you have to. Forget Donald Trump exists and say, you know what? I'm going to vote for the Republican in my district. Let's see if things change. And if they do, well, surprise. And if they don't, you can go back to your old habits. Nobody is stopping you. And we don't stop. Right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes from Stamford to Bridgeport. The park overall is slightly easier. Out of New Haven, busy, but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbercross and Route 8 are even easier. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Elder Law Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise. The Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any electric vehicle SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
When disaster strikes, whether it's a house fire, furnace malfunction, or burst pipes, trust me, Felicia, the owner of Robin Hood Adjusters, to be your advocate. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in increasing the settlement value of your insurance claim and shielding you from unethical lowball offers by the insurance giants. Visit RobinHoodAdjustersCT.com and see how I can help protect your interests and get you the compensation you deserve. At Robin Hood Adjusters, I work for you.
Hey, Joy. Oh,
you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. After days of airstrikes and some incursions, Israel says it has resumed ground operations in Gaza. Mark Kansian of the Center for International Studies.
Israel has made a judgment that they can put pressure on Hamas. President Trump is backing the Israelis very strongly, so they feel secure in that support.
President Trump is expected to sign an executive order soon that will begin the dismantling of the Education Department. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt.
This president is finally taking much needed action to return education to where it belongs, and that's to educators closest to students in their classrooms in their respective states.
A Texas-based marine robotics company has been given approval from Malaysia's governor to search for Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. It is believed to have crashed in the Indian Ocean 10 years ago. On Wall Street, the Dow is off 26 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A judge is making an offer to Bridgeport City Councilwoman Anita Martinez to resolve the criminal case against her. Martinez is facing charges related to the operation of an illegal nightclub in Bridgeport where a man was shot and killed in September of 2020. Details of the offer made to Martinez by the judge have not been released, and the case has been continued until March 28th. Martinez previously sought accelerated probation to dispose of the case, but that was rejected by the judge. Bridgeport's law offices say the city does not have to release any of their preliminary findings as the result of a probe of who leaked security camera footage that kicked off the most recent election scandal and led to several arrests. The state's independent party now says they want the results released, saying that releasing them would, quote, restore public confidence in the integrity of our elections, as well as giving Connecticut voters the transparency they deserve. Bridgeport City Attorney Taisha Toms said that since the report is incomplete, the city is not interested in spending additional resources to complete it, and therefore will not release the findings they have. The Bridgeport Board of Education has begun their search for their next superintendent of schools, a position they hope to have filled by June. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery has been serving as acting superintendent since former Superintendent Dr. Carmela Levy-David departed the district after a tumultuous 16-month tenure. The issues with Levy-David and her subsequent departure were a major reason the State Board of Education voted earlier this year to give Commissioner of Education Charlene Russell Tucker the power to approve the board's appointment of a new schools chief. Avery is one of those interested in applying for the position. Interested candidates will have until May 1st to apply. President Donald Trump was set to sign an executive order today that was aimed at eliminating the Department of Education. Scott Pringle has the details.
Data shows that eliminating the DOE would impact New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, where about 7 to 8% of their total education budget comes from federal dollars. If the Trump administration gets its way with the closure, it would mean authority would return to individual states. NAACP President Derek Johnson calls it a dark day for children who depend on federal funding for education. Education Secretary Linda McMahon says it simply takes the bureaucracy out of education.
UConn is planning to convert a Stanford apartment building into student housing. UConn will be converting the BLVD apartment building on Washington Boulevard into housing for its Stanford campus, which is located directly next door. Current residents are allowed to stay in the building until next year, but they can exit leases early without penalty if they choose. The building is expected to house around 350 students once converted into dorms. No injuries are reported after a car crashed into a medical building in Milford. The incident was reported yesterday afternoon on Broad Street in downtown Milford. All people inside the vehicle had escaped without injuries before police arrived on the scene. A building inspector was called in to make sure there were no structural issues because of the crash. A second arrest has been made in an animal cruelty investigation in Winstead. Police say David Reed turned himself in yesterday after learning a warrant was issued for his arrest for animal cruelty. Earlier this week, police arrested 28-year-old Sarah Smolak for animal cruelty and seized 27 dogs from her Winstead home. Smolak is free on a promise to appear in court in May. Amid the nationwide spread of bird flu, Senator Richard Blumenthal and the State Department of Public Health are speaking out about recent cuts to federal health agencies such as the CDC and the National Institute of Public Health. Though the risk of human infection is currently low, experts worry that our current state of readiness is not sufficient if the virus should mutate. Senator Blumenthal spoke at a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8.
Think about the human consequences of allowing avian flu to mutate and spread among human beings, the tremendous cost to society in monetary resources and human suffering.
A former Fairfield town official has been sentenced to spend 6 months in federal prison over the illegal disposal of contaminated soil. Joseph Michelangelo formerly served as Fairfield Public Works Director. He admitted to his role in the disposal of soil contaminated with PCBs in parks and playgrounds around town. Michelangelo received a lesser sentence for cooperating with investigators and agreeing to testify against others involved in the scandal. A New York man is accused of federal charges alleging that he traveled to Connecticut to sexually abuse a minor. Prosecutors say 26-year-old James Pagliaro recorded videos of the 15-year-old female engaging in sexual conduct. Pagliaro was arrested yesterday and was ordered held without bail during an appearance in Bridgeport federal court. He's facing charges that could send him to prison for the rest of his life if he's convicted. And Steve Winwood is announcing his first North American headlining shows since 2018. Here's Mark Mayfield with that story.
All of the dates are in September, starting with the 12th and 13th in Bridgeport, Connecticut. He'll be joined by the Tedeschi Trucks Band for the 2 Bridgeport shows. Winwood will play 8 more U.S. shows along the Atlantic coast, including Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Atlantic City, New Jersey. The former Traffic, Blind Faith, and Spencer Davis Group singer will wrap up his tour in Niagara Falls, Ontario, September the 28th.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident reported just past the Merritt Parkway merge, has things backing up towards Route 25. 95 northbound, plan on an hour, Greenwich to Bridgeport. Couple breaks along the way through. Lower Merritt is your best bet right now. Through New Haven, 95, busy but moving. Through East Haven, Long Wharf, and Milford. Wilbur Cross and 84 are a little easier. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phones are busy? Text Paul, 203-333-9422. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, want to remind you, time is running out this week. It wraps up tomorrow. Sweet deals. Yeah, we're doing it on our website, so check it out. voiceofct.com. Go to voiceofct.com. When you go there, you'll see the big honkin' big red Sweet Deals banner. Click on that, as I just did here in the studio, and it takes you to the Sweet Deals page. And you know how this works: half-price gift cards. Why wouldn't you do this? It's like it's like you're getting free food. $25 gets you $50 to spend at great places like Dino's Seafood, the Twisted Vine Restaurant, also the Adventure Park at the Discovery Museum, Pier 131 Kitchen, the Little Pub, Twin Pines Diner, Milford Gathering Steakhouse and Tavern. That's a great place. Zucca Gastro Bar, and more. So check it out. There's also some services there for your choice pet. The Amici Restaurant Group, our friends at AB's Falafel. You hear them on the program here all the time, Vinny's Deli. So, again, check it out. Sweet deals. Go to our webpage, voiceofct.com, and you won't miss it because the splash page hits you right in the chops there with the Sweet Deals banner right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online at voiceofct.com. Thanks once again to our buddy, our pal, Rob Sampson from the General Assembly. They're saying he's not going to back down. And the whole point of this is Rob likes to talk, and that's okay. Especially when you're debating things like tens or hundreds of millions of dollars or gun policy or school policy or whatever, or public safety policy. And sometimes there is an arrogance of the majority in Hartford that says, well, come on, because Connecticut's General Assembly does not limit debate. Sometimes if you watch what goes on in D.C., and they say, well, I'd like a minute from the kind gentleman, and I'll yield 30 seconds here. Connecticut doesn't do that. We have unlimited debate in Hartford, and they're upset that Rob likes to debate and talk things up. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So thank you to Rob Sampson. And by the way, if you missed that discussion with Rob Sampson, in which he said he's not backing down. In fact, he said, hey, if the majority wants to change the rules and actually limit debate, he said go ahead and do it. But if you missed that, it'll be on our show podcast coming up in just a bit as we wrap up the show later on. All right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. For the break, I want to bring this up. And Chris has had this in his news all day because it's a big story. It's in the Connecticut Post, too. And we've talked about this. Melissa's covered this. Lisa has. I have. The Bridgeport School Board aims to select the next superintendent by early June. Now, I have a simple question. Why would anybody want that job? Aside from the fact that it pays well, superintendent jobs, they're demanding, they're tough to get, there's a lot of responsibility, but they generally pay well. And I guess there's a national search going on, and you always do the national search thing. And I don't mean to be a pedantic jerk about this, but why would you want that job? When you look at two things, well, three things. So you may look at, hey, Bridgeport, Connecticut's looking okay. Somebody could just, use Google and say, oh, yeah, they've had how many school supers in how many years? Oh, okay, yeah, but it pays well. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. The Board of Ed's budget was just $30 million in the hole, in the red? Yeah, but it pays well. Oh, wait a minute. The governor there, what's his name? Lamont? Yeah, Ned Lamont. Yeah, he's pretty much ordered hasn't really come out with a hard order, but told the State Education Commissioner, clean up the mess. Why would anybody want this job? Now, it's not to denigrate the hardworking teachers in Bridgeport. It's not to denigrate the students. It's not to denigrate the fact that you could come here and do great things. But ask yourself that. It is a constant circus. And you don't have to believe me if you don't want. Read the stuff that you and I can read easily. I mean, why? Do you understand that part of the soft supervision by the state here is there? And I've talked about this, and Lenny's talked about this, and we've had numerous people on the station talking about this. Part of it includes a push to get the Board of Education to behave. As in, not speak ill of each other, as in conduct civil meetings with one another. So again, I simply ask the question, other than money, and I guess the gig pays about $2 and change a year, $240, $250 a year is not. Other than that, why on earth would you take that job?
Goodwin University is hosting a business and manufacturing career fair on Tuesday, April 1st from 4 to 6:30 p.m. at 3 Pent Road in East Hartford. Connect with employers who are ready to onboard talent like yours. Don't forget to bring your resume for the opportunity to participate in on-the-spot interviews. Interested in attending Goodwin University's Business and Manufacturing Career Fair on April 1st? Register today at goodwin.edu/career services. Walk-ins welcome. We'll see you there.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you can start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard. Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91. Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, stocks ended just a bit lower following a choppy day of trading on Wall Street. It was a day heavy on the economic front with several reports released. The Labor Department said that first-time claims for unemployment benefits were a bit higher the week ended March 15th. Those were up 2,000 to 223,000. That's compared to last week's 221,000. Economists were looking for claims to climb to 224,000. Elsewhere, the Conference Board said that its leading economic index dropped a bit in February as consumers' expectations of future business conditions turned a bit more pessimistic. The Conference Board says its leading economic index dropped 0.3% in February after dropping 0.2% back in January. Elsewhere, a report from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia said that regional manufacturing activity expanded overall but was a little less widespread during the month of March. And the National Association of Realtors said that existing home sales unexpectedly rebounded in February. Those were up 4.2% to an annual rate of 4.2 million.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Northbound accident reported just past the Merritt Parkway merge, has things backing up towards Route 25. 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, couple breaks along the way through. Lower Merritt is your best bet right now. Through New Haven, 95, busy but moving. Through East Haven, Long Wharf, and Milford. Wilbur Cross and 84 are a little easier. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And by the way, have you noticed, and if you're at all active on social media, have you noticed and I hate to use this term because I know it's a loaded term, but have you noticed the vandalism going on and the psychotic behavior of people toward Teslas. Have you seen this? And I don't want to hear. Now, the line that's coming out on this is, well, what about when conservatives boycotted Bud Light because of Dylan Mulvaney? Okay, I got you. Big difference, pal. Conservatives weren't destroying anybody's property. You notice that? When right-wingers or conservatives get angry, yeah, they're boisterous. They say things that shouldn't be said. They brandish guns. Do you ever see them destroying? Why is it with the left they always destroy property? The BLM riots, the riots, the anti-Israel riots, and now stuff with Teslas. What is it about progressives? Is it a mental imbalance? Is it poor medication management? Do they have to up their meds? I'm serious. Have you seen these videos? And number one, these people are too dumb to realize that Teslas have constant video recording going on. Constant. They have 7 or 8 cameras mounted all around most Teslas. I guess it varies with each model. So they're so stupid. They're so mentally touched that they're committing vandalism largely on vehicles that are recording it. Oh, here, I'm going to vandalize a vehicle because I don't like the guy who runs the company, and that vehicle that I'm vandalizing is going to have video evidence for the police. My God, can you be that stupid? But boy, the anger at Elon Musk, and it's getting worse. Did you see, I think in Vegas, somebody set some Teslas on fire, and they want to shut down the company. This is how angry the leftist psychos are. And again, I use that to delineate people who are clear-thinking, true progressives or true liberals versus the nutcases out there. I mean, we got some AAA nut jobs out there. If you take a look at the video, and, you know, you're so mad at somebody. And again, you can be mad at him. I understand it. You don't like what he's doing with Doge. That's fine. Well, guess what? It's your party that stinks. That's why the other side won. Is that so hard to wrap your arms and legs around? I mean, honestly. But some of this vandalism, so your idea, because you're so frustrated, and your party, your side of the aisle is so fragmented, that you're going to commit vandalism and wreck somebody's property? Here's what's going to happen. And I honestly hope it doesn't. But somebody is going to try and gouge or key out or dent the wrong Tesla with the wrong owner. And that owner's not going to be happy. And that owner's going to be an owner of a state where a lot of people carry guns. And I fear something really bad's going to happen. But my God, some of the nutcases out there. Well, we want to put Tesla out of business. Really? So you want to put the 100,000 or so people that work for Tesla out of business because you don't like Elon Musk. See, this is fascinating to me because they don't understand why we have Donald Trump and why we have Elon Musk. It's because your side did nothing on immigration. Nothing. Do you know how dead and quiet the borders are now? It's not that hard. You could have done something. But Elon Musk and Donald Trump would have been the furthest thing from your minds right now had you done something competently from first to the end of 2024. But you chose not to. Instead, you want to put innocent people out of business and commit widespread vandalism. Because your side of the aisle, for some reason, didn't pay attention to every survey that came out from almost every media entity, left, right, and center, from almost every collegiate and commercial polling group, left, right, and center, that said, hey, the Trump voter and the middle-of-the-road voter, the unaffiliated voter, they really care about the border and immigration. And you guys and gals aren't doing anything about it. And those same people weren't really keen on the whole transgender thing, live and let live, but no, you don't let transgender athletes compete against biological women. Again, even a big chunk of the Democratic Party said, no, that's wrong. As progressive as we are and as liberal as we are, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. But again, I guess the side that's now vandalizing trucks and cars because their medication needs adjustment, it just chose not to pay attention to that. And you chose not to pay attention to people like me who've had about 10 minutes in this business going, you can't go a whole campaign without doing news conferences. What did I keep telling you? For almost the entire half year when it became apparent that Joe Biden was going to drop out, what did I continuously tell you? You've got to engage the media every day, sometimes once or twice a day, on your way to your campaign charter and getting off the campaign charter. It ain't rocket science. But you knew you nominated somebody who couldn't veer away from word salads. So you're so angry at all of that, now you're going to vandalize motor vehicles. Where if anybody on your side had a smidgen of a brain, you wouldn't be so angry. Traffic and weather together right here on the 6s on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident reported just past the Merritt Parkway merge. Has things backing up towards Route 25. 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. Couple breaks along the way through. Lower Merritt is your best bet right now. Through New Haven, 95, busy but moving. Through East Haven, Long Wharf, and Milford. Wilbur Cross and 84 are a little easier. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, before we hit news, top of the hour from Chris and CBS, and then coming up, Lenny Grimaldi got this text. Now, again, you can text us if you'd like. We just implemented that a couple of weeks ago at 203-333-9422. Fran from West Haven, regarding the Terramation item, my younger son has expressed that he would want that. He's around 30 years old. I do not understand why, but he told me some time ago that's what he would want. All right. Now, in case you're just joining us, Terramation, there's a bill up in Hartford to set up guidelines for it. It's popped up here and there in Connecticut. Terramation basically is you're not put in a casket. You're not cremated. You are, I guess, wrapped in something, and your body is lowered into the ground without a casket, without a burial vault, and And within 3 months, there is a natural decay going on. And you naturally decay, and you go literally, as the prayer says, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. So shall you, however it goes. You know the one I'm talking about. We hear it at funerals all the time. Then we go eat and drink and say, hey, I haven't seen you, and you're so big now. So there you go. So terramation, I guess, they're trying to set up some guidelines in the state, one of which would be if grandpa or your uncle or mom and dad, if they give you back the soil that used to be mom and dad or whatever, you can't sell it. You can't say, hey, you can't sell your father in a bag and label it like Dad's tomatoes.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has signed the executive order to begin dismantling the education department.
Sounds strange, doesn't it? Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it, and everybody knows it's right.
It's something he's long promised to do.
We're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do.
As part of its investigation into the collapse of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge, federal officials are asking several states to take a closer look at their bridges. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy.
We're urging 30 owners of 68 bridges in 19 states to perform a vulnerability assessment of their bridge's risk of catastrophic collapse from a vessel collision.
The Key Bridge, which collapsed after a container ship hit it, was 30 times greater than the acceptable risk. Israel's continuing airstrikes and ground operations in Gaza now, and that's prompted protests in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem.
People dying, a lot of people dying, and there are hostages in Gaza. They are still waiting.
Gaza officials say more than 600 Palestinians have been killed. A federal judge has blocked DOJ from accessing personal information from the Social Security Administration. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the story.
The Department of Government Efficiency, or DOJ, has been going into federal agencies, accessing information and purging federal employees. President Trump has long said he would not touch Social Security or Medicare. But Elon Musk's recent comments about Social Security have raised concerns about possible damage to the social safety net. The judge's order blocking DOJ's access to the agency's personal information gives Social Security recipients and employees a sigh of relief, even if it's just temporary.
Scott McFarland reports a former FBI agent has been arrested, accused of taking sensitive records.
According to federal charging documents, the FBI took one of its former agents into custody as that agent tried to leave JFK Airport for a foreign country on Monday. The former agent's name is Jonathan Buma. He's with the agency a long time, but prosecutors say before departing in October 2023, he printed dozens of sensitive FBI records and was writing a book that included inside FBI information.
In a sworn statement today, an immigration attorney argued one of the men who was deported last weekend was a professional soccer player in Venezuela with no criminal record. On Wall Street, Dow finished slightly higher. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song! I love these nachos. I love our kickball league! Ugh! I love this guy!
What's your name?
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A driver has serious injuries after a crash on Interstate 95 in Milford that snarled afternoon traffic for hours. The crash between an SUV and a tractor-trailer happened yesterday on I-95 South near exit 39A and B. The SUV ended up down a steep embankment with the driver pinned against a tree. The patient was unconscious but alive through the extensive rescue effort, then was rushed to the hospital. The crash brought I-95 traffic to a standstill for several hours yesterday afternoon. No injuries are reported after a car crashed into a medical building in Milford. The incident was reported yesterday afternoon on Broad Street in downtown Milford. All people inside the vehicle had escaped without injuries before police arrived on the scene. A building inspector was called in to make sure there were no structural issues because of the crash. UConn is planning to convert a Stamford apartment building into student housing. UConn will be converting the BLVD apartment building on Washington Boulevard into housing for its Stamford campus, which is located directly next door. Current residents are allowed to stay in the building until next year, but they can exit leases early without penalty if they choose. The building is expected to house around 350 students once converted into dorms. And Steve Winwood is announcing his first North American headlining shows since 2018. Here's Mark Mayfield with that story.
All of the dates are in September, starting with the 12th and 13th in Bridgeport, Connecticut. He'll be joined by the Tedeschi Trucks Band for the 2 Bridgeport shows. Winwood will play 8 more U.S. shows along the Atlantic coast, including Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Atlantic City, New Jersey. The former Traffic, Blind Faith, and Spencer Davis Group singer will wrap up his tour in Niagara Falls, Ontario, September the 28th.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound solid hour, Greenwich to Bridgeport accident reported between exits 9 and 10. And the Lower Merritt is your best bet right now out of New Haven. 95 southbound busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices and personal service. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, great to have you with us. Open phones here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Open the show, though, with the big story I thought. There's a retail... This gets so nutty. A proposal for a retail delivery tax in the state. In other words, all the deliveries you would get from Grubhub and Amazon and Uber Eats and DoorDash and all that, the Democratic majority in Hartford wants to tax those. They want to tax those deliveries. Why? They say, well, it's got to go to the state transportation fund. Now, is the transportation fund running low? Maybe. But you know why? Because a lot of people who buy and use EVs don't buy gas. And if you don't buy gas, part of the purchase amount for gas is not going into the state transportation fund. Now, they're not exactly saying that. I'm saying that because it makes perfect sense. I'm saying to myself, 28 cents per delivery. Now I get it. So the majority Democrats in Hartford just expect the major companies that do deliveries to just swallow this. No, they won't. I mean, they may start at the beginning, but they'll pass this on to you and I. Why not? So if you want to voice your opposition to this, I encourage you to do that. Be nice. Be civil. Don't be angry. Do it with a smile. call up the state House Democrats or state Senate Democrats, say, hey, what way explain this thing about the retail delivery proposition here? By the way, this is coming, I guess, out of the Transportation Committee, the co-chairs, Guilford State Senator, Democratic Christine Cohen, Ridgefield State Representative, co-chair Democrat Amy Berger Girvallo. The vice chairs, Democratic State Rep Rick Lopes, State Senator, Rick Lopes, out of New Britain, and the State Representative Marcus Brown out of Bridgeport. So there you go. Because the Republicans are already out there saying, hey, we don't want to tax deliveries. But again, tax. Another day, what can we tax? How much more can we treat the fine people of Connecticut as ATMs? Yes. Our buddy Letty Grimaldi is coming up to talk about the no confidence vote and who in God's green earth would want to be the Bridgeport school super. First, though, Ken in Bridgeport. Ken, what's up with you, sir? How are you?
Hey, Paul, how's it going? What you were talking about before the break about, like, the Teslas.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how, like, they're destroying dealerships and burning cars.
Yeah.
It's kind of like with all the riots that were going on years back, and then with the January 6th when they said, like, Antifa people were seen in there that were responsible for the riots way before January 6th. Yeah. It's just kind of funny. It's just kind of like this is happening again. And now there's a Republican in office, and, like, they're trying to, like, boycott Teslas. Yeah. And it's like, well, why doesn't, like, people, like, boycott, like, companies that are owned by, like, Democrats, and they want to, like, blame shift. And it's just all the way I see it, you know?
Yeah, Ken, and thank you. And listen, if you want to use the power of the purse, that's fine. The power of the purse or the pocketbook or whatever, that's fine. Go for it. Like conservatives did with Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light, but they weren't committing vandalism. Did they hurt Bud Light economically? Yeah. Can the left hurt Elon Musk economically? You're damn well they can. Damn sure they. And if they want to do that and make a point, good for them. But really, you're going to start vandalizing dealerships? You're going to start vandalizing people's cars? Stop it. Take a breath. Adjust your meds.
There's so many in our community who make a positive impact, from innovators and leaders to local businesses and nonprofits. They do so much for Connecticut. We will recognize them with the WICC Impact Awards, and we need your help. Submit your nominations now across 6 categories at voiceofct.com. Then join us on May 14th at Fasano's Four Seasons in Stratford as we recognize your nominees. Honor those who've helped to make Connecticut better with the WICC Impact Awards.
Ramadan Mubarak, from the AB's Falafel family to yours. Life's busier and crazier than ever, and nothing is more disappointing than a lousy meal. But you'll always have a great meal at family-owned AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. At AB's, you'll enjoy the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma, all made with care from family recipes. From the AB's Falafel family to yours. Ramadan Mubarak, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, and absfalafel.com.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Bassel Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food, we actually work in the hospitality industry. learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport accident reported between exits 9 and 10. And the Lower Merritt is your best bet right now out of New Haven. 95 southbound busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices and personal service. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Oh, man, I know we do the live video right now on Twitch and on YouTube. Man, if you heard the chatting between Chris and I, it'd just be an added bonus. I got to get our chief engineer, Eddie Butler, to work on that. All right, here he is this time every Thursday. Lenny Grimaldi is the guy, the website onlyinbridgeport.com. Lenny, how are you, my friend?
So, Uncle Paul, you've been talking about cremation.
Yeah.
And cremation.
Yeah.
There's a new one on the horizon. It's called anchovy-mation. We're going to burrow your body into a barrel of anchovies.
A leech. You mean a leech?
Into a barrel of anchovies, a leech. And in 3 months, we're going to have this magical pizza topping. It's going to be called panchovy.
Oh, my God.
And I've already contacted all the New Haven pizza houses.
Oh, my God.
And they love the idea. It's called panchovy. It's a pizza that talks back at you. Even when you're gone, you're still going to have a talk show.
Don't you love this bill in Hartford, Lenny, where they're trying to pass a law that says, listen, if you do the terramation thing, you can't sell the soil.
I'm an aquamation man myself.
Oh, yeah? You want to go in the ocean? Is that it? Is that what it's going to be?
Yeah.
All right.
So what are we doing today?
Well, what are we doing? Now, let me ask you this. Who in their right mind wants to be school superintendent, Lenny, in Bridgeport? Please explain that. I know there's applicants. I know somebody will take the job. But how many have we had in how many years? I mean, this is just nuts here.
Well, there's a simple answer. The person who wants the job realizes that no one else wants it. So why not apply?
And the money's good. The money's what? $2 and change a year? Yeah.
$300K. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so, there's a search has started for a police chief. I'm not sorry, for a superintendent of schools.
Yeah.
We got Carmela Levy-David.
Yep.
That was a mess that lasted about 15, 16 months.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a big battle with the school system and the Board of Education. They didn't get along. They blew her out. And they put in Rice Avery, who was the deputy superintendent, and he's been serving as acting superintendent since the departure.
Yeah.
My sense he would have to be the leading horse.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been on the job for several months now. He seems to be well liked. He's getting out in the community quite a bit. Going into different neighborhoods and reaching out to people. Basically bringing what goes on in the school system to the people he's actually now is going to be doing in housing projects throughout the city. So there'll be some others. It'll be a 2-3 month process. I think they're looking at maybe June to make it. So, but my sense, he'd have to be the leading person at this point. So, but I dare say there might probably be, a bunch who will apply, and they'll whittle it down to maybe a half a dozen, and then stick with Royce Avery. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the governor and Charlene Russell Tucker, the state education commissioner, they're going to have a hand in this, are they not?
Oh yeah, they have skin in the game. And one of the directives that the governor and the state board of education issued was that they're going to have sign off on this. So definitely the governor has skin in the game to try to, get his arms around and state education officials get their arm around what's going on. And part of that, as you noted earlier, is okay, boys and girls, we all have to get along.
I
right?
know. This is.
And we stop the food fights in the Board of Education. So there's going to be some training, and they probably got started them. I think there's going to be.
They should, Lenny. They should get like a bunch of like sixth graders from one of the Bridgeport schools, and have them do a presentation one night in front of the Board of Ed. Here's how we learn to get along, and just do it, right? Just do it.
Are you smarter than a sixth grader? We got something going here.
Yeah. A member of the city council, Mr. Grimaldi, is currently having a back and forth with law enforcement and a judge about what should be the disposition of her case. What's up with that?
Yeah. So, City Councilwoman Anita Martinez. This is 5 years in the making.
Yeah.
Okay. So during COVID. She was running a late night establishment, probably against COVID rules and regulations, and so she was charged with violating pandemic restrictions at a club on the east side of Bridgeport.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that night someone got killed. Someone was shot to death, and there's been a recent trial on it. It was actually the judge said we have to put a hold on this because there were some issues with evidence and witnesses and so on. But she was not charged in any of that. But this has been hanging out there for a couple of years, about 5 years now. And, she tried to get accelerated rehabilitation. The judge rejected that and said, listen, I'm going to, here's my recommendation of what you should accept to let's settle this thing. And so her lawyer, who's really, really good, John Goulash, he's one of the best in the business, asked for a continuance so they could think the thing over. I don't really know the details of what was offered because the judge did not make that public. So that's something only they know. I think Goulash his goal is how am I going to keep my client, out of prison?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So the question is, what kind of offer did the judge make, and what would be any kind of? Do they take it? It sounds like he doesn't want to take this thing to trial, right? So let's see if we can take our medicine on this thing without doing any time. She's a city council person from the East End, and the judge felt that because of her public standing that, I'm just not going to let you off on accelerated rehabilitation. So we'll see what happens next week in court. I think the 28th will be back in court.
And finally, Lenny, the no confidence vote by the rank and file, the Bridgeport Police Union against Chief Roderick Porter. We've discussed this a couple of times since the announcement of the vote came about a week or two ago. Your point was, listen, it's just kind of a statement they want to make, no long-term effects. Are you still kind of standing by that? Do you think that's the analysis here?
Yeah, the police union chief, Michael Salem, he's calling on the chief to resign. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And he said if he doesn't resign, then the mayor should just fire him. That's not happening.
No.
So they've aired some grievances. The grievances include how the chief implements overtime, and assignments, and promotions, and so on. About 150 members of the union voted no confidence. 27 backed the chief, but another 150 or so eligible to vote did not cast a ballot.
What does that mean?
For me, anytime someone is cranked up, against somebody, they're going to come out and vote, right?
Yeah.
So I think the union chief says, hey, listen, don't read too much into that. People have other responsibilities during the day. And so I don't read too much into it. So he's happy with the result. But I mean, that's got to be a factor. 150 people, members of the union, did not vote. So Porter is 2.5 years through his 5-year appointment. The mayor has the authority to appoint him to one more 5-year term.
Yep.
The mayor has repeatedly said publicly he supports the chief. I think what will happen is, and by the way, this is not new. This has happened a lot.
Oh, sure.
They have a scratchy relationship with the rank and file.
Yeah.
And there's a vote of no confidence. This chief has been, the brightest bulb for law enforcement in Bridgeport for law. He's a very good community chief.
Mm-hmm.
The union says, hey, he may be good communicator with the residents, but he's not communicating with us. And I think one of the knocks on the chief is that he's really regimented to doing the job. He's not into the politics of the building.
No, but some people might hear that, taxpayers, and say, "Good, right? That's what we need."
Yeah. He doesn't let me do my job, right? Just let me do my job. He's really not interested in massaging, bruised egos. So I think probably what will happen is, that the mayor, someone from the mayor's office, will sit down with the chief and say, "Hey, listen, see if you can smooth this thing over with the union as best you can. Reach out a little bit more."
Yeah.
Is he going to do that? I don't know. I think he'll probably make a pass at it. But in my sense is the mayor is going to back him up. And in the short term, I don't see anything changing. Will the friction continue? Possibly will. But this, from my perspective, from a distance and talking to people, this chief is well liked by the public.
Finally, got to ask you about the minute we have left. Your old boss, Mr. Trump, in the big chair in the Oval Office there. He seems to have the other side kind of reeling here, Lenny. They're mad at him, but they kind of don't know what to do here from a tactical point of view. What's it look like?
They're stuck.
Yeah,
because he's got everything. He's got he's got the House, he's got the Senate. And even with him, he could be very well defy the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And if he does, what are they going to do to him?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think from his perspective, he's in a pretty good negotiating position. And then there is a method to his madness. I think he wants the country to suffer from the worst case of Stockholm syndrome in history. We've all been captured by the president of the United States, and we're terrified of what he's going to do. And he's going to do something really nice. And then he'll say, hey, they'll love me forever. I'm not kidding.
Well, you should know. Lenny Grimaldi, the guy, the website, onlyinbridgeport.com. Lenny, be good. Have a good weekend. We'll chat next week. Thank you, sir.
See you next week. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you go. Stockholm Syndrome. There you go. Look it up. All right, it's straight ahead to news. There it is, the news light from Chris and CBS right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport accident reported between exits 9 and 10. And the Lower Merritt is your best bet right now out of New Haven. 95 southbound, busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices and personal service. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
Hi, Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti Real Estate. If you're thinking about selling your home, write this number down, 203-980-6886. Again, that's 203-980-6886. Whether it's a divorce, upsizing, downsizing, or even probate, we can help with any of your real estate needs. We can even give you a cash offer for your home. Call us today and experience the Carbuti difference.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuti. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Professor, how did you crack where these big prizes come from on the multiplier scratch tickets?
Greta and I had a lot of coffee.
We discovered the prizes jumped by 5, 20, 50, and even 100 times.
$200,000 in a single scratch.
Professor, so the big question, who solved it?
I did.
Play the new multiplier scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery. Multiply your wins and maybe enjoy your own eureka moment.
Overall odds by game: 5x, 1 in 4.25, 20x, 1 in 4.06, 50x, 1 in 3.72, 100x, 1 in 3.55. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Join Elder House Adult Day Center for a night at the aquarium, Thursday, April 3rd, from 6:30 until 9:30 p.m. at the Maritime Aquarium at Norwalk. A celebration of community benefiting Elder House Adult Day Center, honoring Rick Tabella and Greens Farms Academy. Hors d'oeuvres, dinner, cocktails, and an auction. Tickets at elderhouse.org/events. The Elder House Night at the Aquarium, Thursday, April 3rd. For tickets and info, visit elderhouse.org/events. That's elderhouse.org/events.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. This hour, President Trump is expected to sign the executive order regarding the Education Department.
Today we take a very historic action that was 45 years in the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all.
Correspondent Nancy Cortez reports from the White House there have been some conflicting signals.
On one hand, they're saying that he's looking to radically shrink this department to almost nothing. And on the other hand, they're saying that these very vital functions, the primary functions of the Department of Education, are going to continue.
Only an act of Congress can do away with the department completely. This is said to be the beginning of its dismantling. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport's law offices say the city does not have to release any of their preliminary findings as the result of a probe of who leaked security camera footage that kicked off the most recent election scandal and led to several arrests. The state's independent party now says they want the results released, saying that releasing them would, quote, restore public confidence in the integrity of our elections, as well as giving Connecticut voters the transparency they deserve. Bridgeport City Attorney Taisha Toms said that since the report is incomplete, the city is not interested in spending additional resources to complete it and therefore will not release the findings they have. A judge is making an offer to Bridgeport City Councilwoman Anita Martinez to resolve the criminal case against her. Martinez is facing charges related to the operation of an illegal nightclub in Bridgeport where a man was shot and killed in September of 2020. Details of the offer made to Martinez by the judge have not been released, and the case has been continued until March 28th. Martinez previously sought accelerated probation to dispose of the case, but that was rejected by the judge. The Bridgeport Police Union has delivered a no-confidence vote against Police Chief Roderick Porter. The police union president announced that over 150 officers voted in favor of the no-confidence vote, with 27 voting against it. However, sources say close to 160 officers didn't vote, meaning more than 50% of the force didn't feel compelled to remove Porter from his position. Regardless, the union president is still calling for Porter to resign. The Bridgeport Board of Education has begun their search for their next superintendent of schools, a position they hope to have filled by June. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery has been serving as acting superintendent since former superintendent Dr. Carmela Levy-David departed the district after a tumultuous 16-month tenure. The issues with Levy-David and her subsequent departure were a major reason the State Board of Education voted earlier this year to give Commissioner of Education Charlene Russell Tucker the power to approve the board's appointment of a new schools chief. Avery is one of those interested in applying for the position. Interested candidates have until May 1st to apply. Amid the nationwide spread of bird flu, Senator Richard Blumenthal and the State Department of Public Health are speaking out about recent cuts to federal health agencies such as the CDC and the National Institute of Public Health. Though the risk of human infection is currently low, experts worry that our current state of readiness is not sufficient if the virus should mutate. Senator Blumenthal spoke at a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8.
Think about the human consequences of allowing avian flu to mutate and spread among human beings, the tremendous cost to society in monetary resources and human suffering.
A New York man is accused of federal charges alleging that he traveled to Connecticut to sexually abuse a minor. Prosecutors say 26-year-old James Pagliaro recorded videos of the 15-year-old female engaging in sexual conduct. Pagliaro was arrested yesterday and was ordered held without bail during an appearance in Bridgeport federal court. He's facing charges that could send him to prison for the rest of his life if he's convicted. A former Fairfield town official has been sentenced to spend 6 months in federal prison over the illegal disposal of contaminated soil. Joseph Michelangelo formerly served as Fairfield Public Works Director. He admitted to his role in the disposal of soil contaminated with PCBs in parks and playgrounds around town. Michelangelo received a lesser sentence for cooperating with investigators and agreeing to testify against others involved in the scandal. Governor Ned Lamont joined other state lawmakers at a rally earlier this week to protest potential cuts to Medicaid by the Trump administration. The president has insisted that he does not intend to cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security, but Democrats like Representative John Larson argue that Republican budget proposals make such cuts inevitable.
Their focus is their $2 trillion tax cut that they want to make permanent.
State Republicans maintain that Medicaid should be protected, but echoed the president's comments that there is wasteful spending happening within the program. State Representative Vin Candelora spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
We certainly need to protect the benefits that are provided in Medicaid. But we do also need to look at, for instance, we provide Medicaid to able-bodied individuals that can go to work.
Governor Lamont also reiterated that significant spending cuts down in D.C. could potentially impact Connecticut's two-year budget. President Donald Trump was set to sign an executive order today that was aimed at eliminating the Department of Education. Scott Pringle has the details.
Data shows that eliminating the DOE would impact New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, where about 7 to 8% of their total education budget comes from federal dollars. If the Trump administration gets its way with the closure, it would mean authority would return to individual states. NAACP President Derek Johnson calls it a dark day for children who depend on federal funding for education. Education Secretary Linda McMahon says it simply takes the bureaucracy out of education.
A second arrest has been made in an animal cruelty investigation in Winstead. Police say David Reed turned himself in yesterday after learning a warrant was issued for his arrest for animal cruelty. Earlier this week, police arrested 28-year-old Sarah Smolak for animal cruelty and seized 27 dogs from her Winstead home. Smolak is free on a promise to appear in court in May. And for the first time since May of 2021, average gas prices in Connecticut are under $3 a gallon. At the current average price of $2.99 a gallon, gas prices this year have defied the typical norm of going up as the summer months get closer. Jillian Young from AAA spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 and said that several factors have led to the low prices.
We've got a classic case of ample supply and low demand. We saw some really bitter conditions in the early months of this year with winter weather and snow keeping folks home. So that led to lower demand, kept supplies nice and high. And additionally, we've seen oil and gas commodities trade a little lower amid some uncertainty about tariffs and trade. So all of that combined has led to good news for drivers' wallets.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident between exit 9 and 10 as things backed up into Stamford. Further ahead, more congestion delays, Westport and Fairfield. Parkway overall is at least slightly better. 91 northbound North Haven accident reported near exit 11 has things backing up towards exit 9. 95 out of New Haven, just busy through Long Wharf and West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, some extra cars in Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. The voice of Connecticut.
Yes, I promise to listen if you promise to listen to me and actually understand what the I'm saying. Now, yesterday we had a rather, shall we say, animated discussion not about my personal feelings per se, but about a new report from the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection regarding the bear situation in the state, and the Deep Commissioner Katie Dykes saying, hey, non-lethal methods aren't working here. So everybody's saying it without saying it. There are too many bears here. And they compared Connecticut's numbers with neighboring states about how states that have far more bears than we do have lower, run-ins with people because they cull the herd. They have bear hunts. Okay. So, we got quite animated about that. And there's a bill coming up to 2 bills, bear hunting bills coming up for discussion, I think, Monday in the General Assembly. And listen, I don't mind getting criticized, but at least listen to what I say before you criticize me. Example A, Paul, I will no longer listen to WICC, and you make the station look so bad. Now, here's laugh number 1. You want bears and all wildlife hunted and killed. All wildlife. When did I say that? Yesterday. When did I say all bears and all wildlife? Didn't say that. You say you are not a hunter. Well, I'm not. That's not the point. Okay, you're right. It's not the point. You keep broadcasting your pathetic thoughts with your annoying voice you have. Here's the line of the email. Perhaps someone should hunt you. WICC needs to remove you from the station. You are an opinionated blank. Why don't you go work for Trump and Musk? You'd fit right in. You are advertising for hunters and others. What? How pathetic. I hope you sleep well at night. Okay. So apparently I didn't realize that I said I want all wildlife killed. If somebody can point that out to me, I'd retract that, but that's a little odd, don't you think? So again, I richly deserve to be criticized, or if you don't agree with me, fine. But when did, even though you folks who disagreed with me, where did I say I wanted all wildlife killed? All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'll tell you, one of my very first bosses in this business, 30, 40 years ago, he said, be ready because people will only hear what they want. And that's true. So now where do I go that I want no wildlife to survive. I want it all killed. Oh, my God. This reminds me, when I first started here, I remember what a surprise. It's coming up on 6 years ago. My New York Jets had been playing particularly poor. What a shock. And I said just in passing, heading into the weekend, hey, if the Jets lose this game, X, Y, and Z, it might make me so angry they'd have to stop me from twisting the head off a small animal. Obviously, tongue-in-cheek. Oh, my God, we got emails. Oh, he's advocating violence toward animals. That's criminal behavior. Does no one understand satire anymore? Does no one? Maybe you can't see the tongue in my cheek because it's radio. I don't know. I don't know. But kudos to Governor Ned Lamont. I'll tell you why I'm loving Ned on this one coming up.
This is Melissa for Stanford Health. When it comes to heart and vascular care, we want the best. And some of the best heart care in the world is right here at Stanford Health, starting with their partnership with Columbia University Irving Medical Center. And Stanford Health isn't just Lower Fairfield County's only open heart surgery program. They're its most extensive cardiac program. Period. World-class heart and vascular care is closer to home at Stanford Health. For more, visit stanfordhealth.org/heart.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Dine out for half price. It's a sweet deal week at voiceofct.com. Great local restaurants are offering $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click on the sweet deal banner. Restaurants include Pepe's Pizza, Vazzi's, Saloon, Jacob's Pickles, Zuka, Mill Pond Gathering, Pier 131, Dino's Seafood, Vinny's Deli, Amici's, and more. Buy $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click the sweet deals banner. Sweet.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident between exit 9 and 10 as things backed up into Stamford. Further ahead, more congestion delays, Westport and Fairfield. Parkway overall is at least slightly better. 91 northbound North Haven accident reported near exit 11 has things backing up towards exit 9. 95 out of New Haven, just busy through Long Wharf and West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, some extra cars in Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive this evening and overnight. It will be mild, with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, before we wrap it up today, kudos to Governor Ned Lamont. I love him on this issue, talking about distractions in the classroom and smartphones. He spoke at a breakfast earlier today regarding teachers and teacher policy and everything. And he, what's happening with the Trump people and everything, but he stressed the importance, says here, of competing or making kids ready for a competitive workforce. He pointed to the growing body of research linking screen overuse and social media to rising rates of anxiety, stress, and depression among young people. Lamont also mentioned efforts to reduce distractions caused by smartphones in schools. Yes, highlighting the districts that have already begun limiting phone use during the school day. Quote, more and more of you are getting phones out of the schools, and I'm hearing from teachers that things are enormously different. Students are able to concentrate and engage in class again. He continued, quote, some parents feel like they need to be in contact with their kids 24/7. But even now, I found there's a lot more relaxation going on, and I think parents are starting to appreciate what it means for their kids. Amen. Good for Governor Lamont. Now that's being done voluntarily here in the state. Connecticut should do what they're doing next door in New York State. Governor Kathy Hochul, who I've criticized in the past, she's right on this one. There should be a state law. And hopefully that'll pass here in Connecticut. This notion that kids need to be able to talk to their parents during emergencies, yes, I get that from an emotional point of view, but you never hear about that. And what you are hearing is how the schools, the teachers, the people on the ground are saying how much better the atmosphere is in schools. There was a quote in a story in the New Haven Independent a couple of weeks ago where some administrator at a New Haven school said something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing, kids are laughing and joking with each other now more than I've ever seen. About that. Think about it. It's out of the ordinary to see kids like many of you and I did when we were growing up laughing and joking and horsing around before class. Unreal. So good on Governor Lamont. Don't back off of this, although I think he's right in what he said. Even the parents are starting to understand now. This is good. This is good. Bob in Sheldon's here. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? I was calling about the animals, but that last thing about the phones, I actually teach in a school, and it is difficult trying to take phones away and lock them up. It's a challenge, especially with teenagers. Yeah. But it does work if you could do it, and it's funny because the kids will all be looking at each other like they're not sure what to do now. And it was
hey Bob, does this mean we can talk to each other?
Yeah, it's like you almost have to teach them how to do that. Yeah, and it's weird. And some of them have said to me, it was nice not being connected to everybody and being bothered, or my mom's texting me, because sometimes the parents are going on and on all day too. Yeah. So I think it's good. I'm in a high school. It's a little
okay. I was going to ask you what grade level. So high school, that's good, Bob. You got to love that.
I'm in the area. But as far as the animals, I'm up in the woods, kind of up in the area. Okay. And I tell you, I can't go hiking anymore. I'm a little afraid between coyotes, bears, animals. So I like them, but I wouldn't want to get attacked. And so I don't know. I think we got to look into something. I'm not sure what. But all it's going to take is one person to get hurt.
It is.
And then people will be like, now what do we do? So, yeah. And I did listen to you. I don't remember you saying you hate all the animals or whatever it was.
God, it's just, and again, and Bob, thank you. Appreciate the call. Good thoughts. Thank you, Bob, and I appreciate. Yeah, and I understand this person must have been very angry, but I would never. I've had people ask me, "You want to go hunting?" No, I'm not a hunter. Any food I buy, I'm going to buy at Stop and Shop, for God's sake, or I'm not a trophy hunter. I kind of have a little with trophy hunting. Like, why would you do that? Whatever. I get it. Oh, well, that deer I killed for that, head with the antlers, it was skinny and dying anyway. Whatever. So again, this is going to rekindle next week. There's a couple of bills in Hartford. All they're proposing is we do what other states do to reduce what Bob just said, these encounters. I mean, there's a couple of nature trails I walk on, and they're not deserted. They're in Hamden and Wallingford and New Haven, and last couple of times I've walked, I'm like, okay, I can see there's nothing around me, but if a bear were to spring out now, what am I going to do? I'm probably going to carry some pepper spray with me. I have a couple of old cans at home that I never used back when I used to go into New York, and obviously I couldn't carry a gun because legal gun owners in New York City, they're the criminals. The whack jobs are the ones that the courts say, oh, it's all right. You're oppressed. We'll let you go. Speaking of New York, E. Frank is here. E. Frank, what's going on, sir?
Yes, Paul. We have a set of losses here with our New York City sparrows and our New York City pigeons. We have less of them, and they're full of viruses and
the bird, yeah.
And then I want to thank President Trump for cutting U.S. Department of Education. I grew up with that in my elementary school here in Astoria, and now unfortunately, after so many years since 1977, I no longer can see that. I hope that President Trump enjoys his 312 delegates because he has to go. Yeah, because he can't go with the rest of the country.
Well,
and another thing, one last thing, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you this here in New York City, but it's Andrew Cuomo that
he's
took
coming
over the
back.
show.
He's coming back.
Yeah, $1.6 million he raised.
Yeah, well,
while
listen.
Eric Adams only has $19,000. I mean, it's kind of a lost cause now here in New York, I guess.
I don't know. E. Frank, we'll all be watching E. Frank in Astoria in Queens, where my son lives. Yes, nice neighborhood. I remember when I first went to visit him and his housemate, likely to be my daughter-in-law one day. And I got off there, and I'm looking around and looking at all the nice restaurants in the area and people enjoy. And I realized I looked like a scene out of The Sopranos. I was kind of getting the malocchio out there, like, who's this guy? Hey, how you doing? My son lives across the corner. Oh, okay, take it easy. Have a nice day. All right, let's do two more here. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And John in Stratford. Hey, John, how are you?
Hey, good, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, John. What can I tell you? I'm loving life. What do you got?
I want to take you back a couple weeks to Donald Trump, President Trump's address to Congress. And something we haven't really heard anything about since was he did mention shipbuilding.
Yeah.
And investing, and because we haven't really built any ships in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just thinking in light of those comments that Donald Trump made about investing in shipbuilding, that could be something very positive and very good for Connecticut.
Well,
so I'm just wondering how Connecticut, being would they be able to work with Donald Trump and reach out to him?
Yeah, and John, you're breaking up, my friend. I got to let you go. Thanks for the call. Maybe now I'm not altogether familiar with everything that goes on at the electric boat shipyards in Groton. Now, they're usually tied up, are they not, with at least one or two submarines a year, thanks largely to Congressman Courtney out there? So now where would that shipbuilding in Connecticut take place? It would only take place at EB. So, John, to your point, I'll have to look at that. What else can they build at EB? Do you build anything more? I mean, I don't know. Than submarines? Do they build destroyers? Or is that, where's the other big company? Newport News Shipbuilding down there in Virginia? I don't know. Here he is wrapping up the show live from the Bing. Jack in Stamford. Jack, how are you?
Yeah. Any bracket busters yet? I think Clemson's going to ruin a lot of guys.
Yeah,
coming
Clemson
up.
lost, but McNeese held on by 2.
Yeah, but see, I always knew it. You start hunting fish and everything, and then it leads to other wildlife. Then it's bears. I mean, where does it stop? You guys in that fishing tournament, it's horrible. But
what do you mean it's
hard?
horrible? Come on, you got to get in a boat and compete next year. Come on.
Yeah, that's
$40,000, 40 large in prize money we got going on there. Come on.
Yeah, I'd be afraid they'd be sleeping with the fish and stuff.
Yeah, oops, what happened to Jack? Oh, he fell over.
Yeah, that was all that happened more than once in the old TV show. None of that stuff that ever happened today. There's probably drones watching all of us. But yeah, we're in the middle of the bracket busting, so we'll hear where it goes the rest of the night. But
yeah. Hey, let me ask you something. You being a tax professional, you should probably tell people out there because they're in various legal and illegal. What is the threshold $600 to win to declare it, or how does that work with like contests or lotteries or sports gambling, or they send you something, don't they? If
I'm going to tell you, if you go down to some of these, the onlines and everything, I mean, I can only, not that I'm advertising, but it's the one in town, BV's down here. In theory, they're supposed to be sending you something. You'll get what is it? I think they switched it to a W-2. It used to be a 1099-G for gambling, but it might be on a W-2. So you're supposed to get something, and it's not that they're going to mail it to you. All that stuff is online now. You're supposed to go into your account and get it, et cetera, but you register everything. So what you do is, if you are doing that stuff, the best thing you should do before you do your return is file a transcript, get a transcript from the IRS so you know it's been reported.
So the boys at the IRS, they're not going to believe you. You say, geez, I forgot about it. I didn't know I won that much. No, they're not going to buy it.
Well, this is it. But they don't look. I have people that they forget that their spouse was working and they forgot to put a W-2 in and everything. And it's not a big deal. They're just like, I didn't know.
All right, Jack, got to run, buddy. Thanks. What are we doing here? We're doing this traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident between exit 9 and 10 as things backed up into Stamford. Further ahead, more congestion delays, Westport and Fairfield. Parkway overall is at least slightly better. 91 northbound North Haven accident reported near exit 11 has things backing up towards exit 9. 95 out of New Haven, just busy through Long Wharf and West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, some extra cars in Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, showers will arrive with a low near 40. Showers end by midday tomorrow. Clearing and windy in the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
We will. Thank you, agency voice lady. Appreciate that. All right, folks. Been a hoot today. A lot of stuff covered. Great calls. We're back tomorrow at 2 to send us into the weekend. Chris Williams, thank you for all you do. News now.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump says he's doing away with the Education Department.
My administration will take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good.
CBS's Jennifer Jacobs has more on his executive order and what it entails.
The bottom line here is we have fewer